Welcome friends, this is a new session on the course School Organization, Administration and Management. The session includes benefits of yoga and guidelines for yogic practices. 1. It improves your flexibility. Improved flexibility is one of the first and most obvious benefits of yoga. During your first class, you probably won't be able to touch your toes. Never mind, do a back bend. But if you stick with it, you'll notice a gradual loosening and eventually seemingly impossible poses will become possible. You'll also probably notice that aches and pains start to disappear. That's no coincidence. Tight hips can strain the knee joint due to improper alignment of the thigh and shin bones. Tight hamstrings can lead to a flattening of the lumbar spine, which can cause back pain. And inflexibility in muscles and connective tissues such as fascia and ligaments can cause poor posture. The second one, it builds muscle strength. Strong muscles do more than look good. They also protect us from conditions like arthritis and back pain and help prevent falls in elderly people. And when you build strength through yoga, you balance it with flexibility. If you just went to the gym and lifted weights, you might build strength at the expense of flexibility. Third, it perfects your posture. Your head is like a bowling ball, big, round and heavy. When it's balanced directly over an erect spine, it takes much less work for your neck and back muscles to support it. Move it several inches forward, however, and you start to strain those muscles. Hold up that forward-leaning bowling ball for 8 or 12 hours a day, and it's no wonder you are tired. And fatigue might not be your only problem. Poor posture can cause back, neck and other muscle and joint problems. As you slump, your body may compensate by flattening the normal inward curves in your neck and lower back. This can cause pain and degenerative arthritis of the spine. Fourth, it prevents cartilage and joint breakdown. Each time you practice yoga, you take your joints through their full range of motion. This can help prevent degenerative arthritis or mitigate disability by squeezing and soaking areas of cartilage that normally aren't used. Joint cartilage is just like a sponge. It receives fresh nutrients only when its fluid is squeezed out and a new supply can be soaked up. Without proper sustenance, neglected areas of cartilage can eventually wear out, exposing the underlying bone-like worn-out brake pads. Fifth, it protects your spine. Spinal disc, the shock absorbers between the vertebrae that can herniate and compress nerves, crave movement. That's the only way they get their nutrients. If you have got a well-balanced asana practice with plenty of back bends, forward bends and twists, you will help keep your discs supple. Sixth is it betters your bone health. It's well documented that weight-bearing exercise strengthens bones and helps ward off osteoporosis. Many postures in yoga require that you lift your own weight, and some like downward and upward facing dog help strengthen the arm bones, which are particularly vulnerable to osteoporotic fractures. In an unpublished study conducted at California State University, Los Angeles, yoga practice increased bone density in the vertebrae. Yoga's ability to lower levels of stress hormone cortisol may help keep calcium in the bones. Seventh, it increases your blood flow. Yoga gets your blood flowing. More specifically, the relaxation exercises you learn in yoga can help your circulation, especially in your hands and feet. Yoga also gets more oxygen to your cells, which function better as a result. Twisting poses are thought to wring out venous blood from internal organs and allow oxygenated blood to flow in once the twist is released. Inverted poses such as headstand, handstand and shoulder stand encourage venous blood from the legs and pelvis to flow back to the heart, where it can be pumped to the lungs to be freshly oxygenated. This can help if you have swelling in your legs from heart or kidney problems. Yoga also boosts levels of hemoglobin and red blood cells, which carry oxygen to the tissues. And it thins the blood by making platelets less sticky and by cutting the level of clot promoting proteins in the blood. This can lead to a decrease in heart attacks and strokes, since blood clots are often the cause of these killers. 8th, it drains your lymph and boosts immunity. When you contract and stretch muscles, move organs around and come in and out of yoga postures, you increase the drainage of lymph. It's a viscous fluid rich in immune cells. This helps the lymphatic system fight infection, destroy cancerous cells and dispose of the toxic waste products of cellular functioning. 9th, it ups your heart rate. When you regularly get your heart rate into the aerobic range, you lower your risk of heart attack and can relieve depression. While not all yoga is aerobic, if you do it vigorously or take flow or Ashtanga classes, it can boost your heart rate into the aerobic range. But even yoga exercise that don't get your heart rate up that high can improve cardiovascular conditioning. Studies have found that yoga practice lowers the resting heart rate, increases endurance and can improve your maximum uptake of oxygen during exercise, all reflections of improved aerobic conditioning. One study found that subjects who were taught only pranayama could do more exercise with less oxygen. 11th, it regulates your adrenal glands. Yoga lowers cortisol levels. If that doesn't sound like much, consider this. Normally, the adrenal glands secrete cortisol in response to an acute crisis, which temporarily boosts immune function. If your cortisol levels stay high even after the crisis, they can compromise the immune system. Temporary boosts of cortisol help with long-term memory, but chronically high levels undermine memory and may lead to permanent changes in the brain. Additionally, excessive cortisol has been linked with major depression, osteoporosis. It extracts calcium and other minerals from bones and interferes with the laying down of new bones, high blood pressure and insulin resistance. In rats, high cortisol levels lead to what researchers call food-seeking behavior, the kind that drives you to eat when you're upset, angry or stressed. The body takes those extra calories and distributes them as fat in the abdomen, contributing to weight gain and the risk of diabetes and heart attack. 12. Founds a healthy lifestyle. Move more, eat less. That's the adage of many a dieter. Yoga can help on both fronts. A regular practice gets you moving and burn calories, and the spiritual and emotional dimensions of your practice may encourage you to address any eating and weight problems on a deeper level. Yoga may also inspire you to become a more conscious eater. 13th, it lowers blood sugar. Yoga lowers blood sugar level and LDL cholesterol and boosts HDL or the good cholesterol. In people with diabetes, yoga has been found to lower blood sugar in several ways. By lowering cortisol and adrenaline levels, encouraging weight loss and improving sensitivity to the effects of insulin. Get your blood sugar levels down and you decrease your risk of diabetic complications such as heart attack, kidney failure and blindness. 14th, it helps you focus. An important component of yoga is focusing on the present. Studies have found that regular yoga practice improves coordination, reaction time, memory, and even IQ scores. People who practice transcendental meditation demonstrate the ability to solve problems and acquire and recall information better, probably because they are less distracted by their thoughts, which can play over and over like an endless tape loop. 15th, it relaxes your system. Yoga encourages you to relax, slow your breath and focus on the present, shifting the balance from the sympathetic nervous system or the fight or flight response to the parasympathetic nervous system. The latter is calming and restorative. It lowers breathing and heart rates, decreases blood pressure and increases blood flow to the intestines and reproductive organs, comprising what Herbert Benson MD calls the relaxation response. 16th, it improves your balance. Regularly practicing yoga increases proprioception, or the ability to feel what your body is doing and where it is in space, and improves balance. People with bad posture or dysfunctional movement patterns usually have poor proprioception, which has been linked to knee problems and back pain. Better balance could mean fewer falls. For the elderly, this translates into more independence and delayed admission to a nursing home or even never entering one at all. For the rest of us, postures like tree pose can make us feel less wobbly on and off the mat. 17. It maintains your nervous system. Some advanced yogis can control their bodies in extraordinary ways, many of which are mediated by the nervous system. Scientists have monitored yogis who could induce unusual heart rhythms, generate specific brainwave patterns, and using a meditation technique raise the temperature of their hands by 15 degrees Fahrenheit. If they can use yoga to do that, perhaps you could learn to improve blood flow to your pelvis if you are trying to get pregnant or induce relaxation when you are having trouble falling asleep. 18th one, it releases tension in your limbs. Do you ever notice yourself holding the telephone or a steering wheel with a death grip, or scrunching your face when staring at a computer screen? These unconscious habits can lead to chronic tension, muscle fatigue, and soreness in the wrists, arms, shoulders, neck, and face, which can increase stress and worsen your mood. As you practice yoga, you begin to notice where you hold tension. It might be in your tongue, your eyes, or the muscles of your face and neck. If you simply tune in, you may be able to release some tension in the tongue and your eyes. With bigger muscles like the quadriceps, trapezius, and buttocks, it may take years of practice to learn how to relax them. 21. It helps you sleep deeper. Stimulation is good, but too much of it taxes the nervous system. Yoga can provide relief from the hustle and bustle of modern life. Restorative asana, yoga nidra, a form of guided relaxation, shavasana, pranayama, and meditation encourage pratyahara, a turning inward of the senses which provides downtime for the nervous system. Another byproduct of a regular yogic practice, studies suggest, is better sleep, which means you will be less tired and stressed and less likely to have accidents. 22nd, it boosts your immune system functionality. Asanas and pranayama probably improve immune function, but so far meditation has the strongest scientific support in this area. It appears to have a beneficial effect on the functioning of the immune system, boosting it when needed. For example, raising antibody levels in response to a vaccine and lowering it when needed. For instance, mitigating an inappropriately aggressive immune function in an autoimmune disease like psoriasis. 23rd, it gives your lungs room to breathe. Yogis tend to take fewer breaths of greater volume, which is both calming and more efficient. A 1998 study published in The Lancet taught a yogi technique known as complete breathing to people with lung problems due to congestive heart failure. After 1 month, their average respiratory rate decreased from 13.4 breaths per minute to 7. 24th, it gives you peace of mind. Yoga quells the fluctuations of the mind according to Patanjali's Yoga Sutra. In other words, it slows down the mental loops of frustration, regret, anger, fear, and desire that can cause stress. And since stress is implicated in so many health problems, from migraines and insomnia to lupus, MS, eczema, high blood pressure, and heart attacks. If you learn to quiet your mind, you will be likely to live longer and healthier. 25th, it increases self-esteem. Many of us suffer from chronic low self-esteem. If you handle this negatively, take drugs, overeat, work too hard, sleep around, you may pay the price in poorer health physically, mentally, and spiritually. If you take a positive approach and practice yoga, you will sense, initially in brief glimpses and later in more sustained views, that you are worthwhile, or as yogic philosophy teaches, that you are a manifestation of the divine. If you practice regularly with an intention of self-examination and betterment, not just as a substitute for an aerobics class, you can access a different side of yourself. You'll experience feelings of gratitude, empathy, and forgiveness, as well as a sense that you are part of something bigger. While better health is not the goal of spirituality, it's often a byproduct, as documented by repeated scientific studies. 26th, it eases your pain. Yoga can ease your pain. According to several studies, asana, meditation, or a combination of the two reduced pain in people with arthritis, back pain, fibromyalgia, carpal tunnel syndrome, and other chronic conditions. When you relieve your pain, your mood improves. You are more inclined to be active, and you don't need as much medication. 27th, it gives you inner strength. Yoga can help you make changes in your life. In fact, that might be its greatest strength. Tapas, the Sanskrit word for heat, is a fire, the discipline that fuels yoga practice and that regular practice builds. The tapas you develop can be extended to the rest of your life to overcome inertia and change dysfunctional habits. You may find that without making a particular effort to change things, you start to eat better, exercise more, or finally quit smoking after years of failed attempts. 28th, it connects you with guidance. Good yoga teachers can do wonders for your health. Exceptional ones do more than guide you through the postures. They can adjust your posture, gauge when you should go deeper in poses or back off, deliver hard truths with compassion, help you relax and enhance and personalize your practice. A respectful relationship with a teacher goes a long way toward promoting your health. 29. It helps keep you drug-free. If your medicine cabinet looks like a pharmacy, maybe it's time to try yoga. Studies of people with asthma, high blood pressure, type 2 diabetes, formerly called adult onset diabetes, and obsessive compulsive disorder have shown that yoga helped them lower their dosage of medications and sometimes get them off entirely. The benefits of taking fewer drugs: you'll spend less money and you are less likely to suffer side effects and risk dangerous drug interactions. 30. It builds awareness for transformation. Yoga and meditation build awareness, and the more aware you are, the easier it is to break free of destructive emotions like anger. Studies suggest that chronic anger and hostility are as strongly linked to heart attacks as are smoking, diabetes, and elevated cholesterol. Yoga appears to reduce anger by increasing feelings of compassion and interconnection and by calming the nervous system and the mind. It also increases your ability to step back from the drama of your own life, to remain steady in the face of bad news or unsettling events. You can still react quickly when you need to, and there is evidence that yoga speeds reaction time, but you can take that split second to choose a more thoughtful approach, reducing suffering for yourself and others. 31. It benefits your relationships. Love may not conquer all, but it certainly can aid in healing. Cultivating the emotional support of friends, family, and community has been demonstrated repeatedly to improve health and healing. A regular yoga practice helps develop friendliness, compassion, and greater equanimity. Along with yoga philosophy's emphasis on avoiding harm to others, telling the truth, and taking only what you need, this may improve many of your relationships. 32. It uses sounds to soothe your sinuses. The basics of yoga, asana, pranayama, and meditation all work to improve your health, but there is more in yoga in the toolbox. Consider chanting. It tends to prolong exhalation, which shifts the balance toward the parasympathetic nervous system. When done in a group, chanting can be a particularly powerful physical and emotional experience. 33. It guides your body's healing in your mind's eye. If you contemplate an image in your mind's eye, as you do in yoga nidra and other practices, you can effect change in your body. Several studies have found that guided imagery reduced post-operative pain, decreased the frequency of headaches, and improved the quality of life for people with cancer and HIV. 34. It keeps allergies and viruses at bay. Kriyas or cleansing practices are another elements of yoga. They include everything from rapid breathing exercises to elaborate internal cleansings of the intestines. Jalaneti, which entails a gentle lavage of the nasal passages with salt water, removes pollen and viruses from the nose, keeps mucus from building up, and helps drain the sinuses. 35. It helps you serve others. Karma yoga, or service to others, is integral to yogic philosophy. And while you may not be inclined to serve others, your health might improve if you do. A study at the University of Michigan found that older people who volunteered a little less than an hour per week were 3 times as likely to be alive 7 years later. Serving others can give meaning to your life, and your problems may not seem so daunting when you see what other people are dealing with. 36. It encourages self-care. In much of conventional medicine, most patients are passive recipients of care. In yoga, it's what you do for yourself that matters. Yoga gives you the tools to help you change, and you might start to feel better the first time you try practicing. You may also notice that the more you commit to practice, the more you benefit. This results in 3 things. You get involved in your own care, you discover that your involvement gives you the power to effect change, and seeing that you can effect change gives you hope, and hope itself can be healing. 37. It supports your connective tissue. As you read all the ways yoga improves your health, you probably noticed a lot of overlap. That's because They are intensely interwoven. Change your posture and you change the way you breathe. Change your breathing and you change your nervous system. This is one of the greatest lessons of yoga. Everything is connected. Your hip bone to your ankle bone, you to your community to the world. This interconnection is vital to understanding yoga. This holistic system simultaneously taps into many mechanisms that have additive and even multiplicative effects. This synergy may be the most important way of all that yoga heals. Guidelines for yogic practices. Before the practice, Sauka means cleanliness, an important prerequisite for yogic practice. It includes cleanliness of surroundings, body and mind. Yogic practice should be performed in a calm and quiet atmosphere with a relaxed body and mind. Yogic practice should be done on an empty stomach or light stomach. Consume small amount of honey in lukewarm water if you feel weak. Bladder and bowels should be empty before starting yogic practices. A mattress, yoga mat or folded blanket should be used for the practice. Light and comfortable cotton clothes are preferred to facilitate easy movement of the body. Yoga should not be performed in a state of exhaustion, illness, in a hurry or in acute stress conditions. In case of chronic disease or pain or cardiac problems, a physician or a yoga therapist should be consulted prior to performing yoga practices. Yoga experts should be consulted before doing yogic practices during pregnancy and menstruation. Now, during the practice. Practice sessions should start with a prayer or invocation as it creates a conducive environment to relax the mind. Yogic practices should be performed slowly in a relaxed manner with awareness of the body and breath. Do not hold the breath unless it is specially mentioned to do so during the practice. Breathing should be always through the nostrils unless instructed otherwise. Do not hold body tightly or jerk the body at any point of time. Perform the practices according to your own capacity. It takes some time to get good results, so persistent and regular practice is very essential. There are contraindications or limitations for each yoga practice, and such contraindications should always be kept in mind. Yoga session should end with meditation, deep silence or Shantipada. After practice. Bath may be taken only after 20 to 30 minutes of practice. Food may be consumed only after 20 to 30 minutes of practice. Can yoga cure diseases? Yoga cannot cure anything. The healing work is done by nature. Yoga exercises can only help to remove impurities and obstructions so that nature may be given a chance to accomplish her task successfully. The idea that physical ailments of men and women cannot be cured by physical exercises is very ancient in our country, and authorities of medicine in ancient India like Chakracharya and Sasruta prescribed particular exercises suitable for various disorders. Describing his treatment for diabetes, Charaka says that the disease is caused by want of exercise. According to him, it could be cured by prescribing to the patient physical exercises of various types suitable to his or her constitution, by rubbing their body with various substances prescribed in the texts, by massaging the limbs in a scientific manner, by plunge and shower baths, by sponging and spraying, by the application of paste, etc. Let us now summarize the important points. Yoga is a great dynamo of power that you have to tap to become a master of yourself and the world. In fact, you have a great power and energy within, provided you can exploit it and make your own to utilize it when required. Yoga is a complete art. It is a science that is capable of giving you physical and mental health. When you have a sound mind and healthy body, you are able to enjoy yourself fully. When you are the master of yourself, you don't have to divulge in any kind of vices. Practicing yoga has become very popular among the masses as a way of getting fitness, peace and happy living. Those who practice yoga will derive complete benefit from it. Thank you for watching the session on benefits of yoga. See you soon with a new topic. Till then, goodbye.
Hello and welcome to this session on the criteria for evaluation and selection of library management software packages. Library management software or LMS provides an integrated system for the management of different types of libraries and library activities such as acquisition, cataloging, circulation, administration and reporting. LMS came into existence in all parts of the world from mid-1970s. Library management software of the first generation were module-based with no or very little integration between various modules. Circulation and cataloging modules were the priority issue of these systems and were developed to run on specific hardware platforms and proprietary operation systems. The second generation of LMS became portable between various platforms with the introduction of Unix and DOS-based systems. The LMS of this generation offered links between systems for specific functions and were command-driven or menu-driven systems. The third generation of LMS were fully integrated library systems based upon relational database structures. These embodied a range of standards which were a significant step to an open system interconnection or the OSI. Graphic user interface or GUI features such as windows, icons, menus and direct manipulation became standards and norm in this generation of LMS. The fourth generation of LMS are fully web-centric architecture and facilitate access to other servers over the internet. These systems allow accessing multiple sources for one multimedia interface. Library management software packages are very essential for efficient management of modern libraries. The market of library management software packages is undergoing tremendous change due to the changes in the information and communication technology. Evaluation of software packages is an important step before the selection of the software. It is basically a judgment of worth and a matter of comparison of actual result with external standard in the light of existing institutional realities and requirements. It helps in selecting most suitable library management software packages that fulfill the needs in automating library operations. The task of selecting of library management software packages require proper planning. The person who is responsible for selection of software might be aware of the modules offered by different suppliers. They should know the critical factors like cost of hardware and software, training, maintenance, support, upgrade, etc. They must evaluate the credibility of the supplier and must be able to make a short list of software packages and suppliers. The selection process should be based on 7 basic steps: evaluation, comparison, demonstration of software packages, feedback from authority, staff and users, preliminary selection, modification and customization, and final selection. The process of evaluation should be based on some predefined criteria. Like any evaluative process, library management software evaluation is also quite a difficult task. It mainly involves 4 basic aspects, that is, whether the software will be commercial, in-house developed software package, freeware and open source software. In case of commercial software, it will cost a huge investment. In case of in-house developed software package, it will consume much of the library budget, time from the library staff and create problem in retrospective conversion. In case of freeware, there is a problem with technical support. But the open source software has not any major disadvantages if it has an online community for technical support. Criteria for evaluation of software. There is no generic list of the criteria which can be used for evaluation of any software package. The quality characteristics of software packages such as functionality, reliability, usability, efficiency, maintainability and portability can be used as evaluation criteria. Rowley, 1993, suggested the factors like cost, history of originator, supplier, service support, maintenance and technical considerations. According to Malvad, 1995, selection of software to be based on specific needs of the institution, its environment, budget, users, aims and objective of the institution. Panwatkar in 2012 suggested the following criteria that may be adopted for identifying, evaluating and selecting software package for library. Develop functional specification of each job that libraries want to do with their software. Make a survey of the suitable software packages and create a short list of appropriate software on the basis of its specifications and capabilities. Review of software packages published in library journals may also be examined. The reputation of the firm may also be considered while buying software. Software must be compatible to the computer on which it has to run. Software must be flexible enough to work with both fixed and variable length records. It should be user-friendly. The vendor must support installation and provide training to library professionals and users. Following are the procedures and steps before the selection of library management software packages. Preliminary steps. Consulting other libraries and library professionals. No one wants chosen software to stop unexpectedly, slow down on large network and send error report messages. So, before making a choice, it will be better to consult a person who has already used the software in the same way or consult people who have already gained experience on that software package. Reputation of the referrer. The reputation of the person or the institution, his, her, its experience on that particular software is the next point to be considered. The relation between the evaluator and the referee should also be justified at this point. Existing literature. It is better to go for the software after carefully examining the existing literature and documentation on the particular software package. 2. Vendor validity. Reputation of the manufacturer and vendor. What is the reputation of the software vendor or manufacturer in the market, or for how long have they been working in the field is the next important thing to consider. The following consideration may help to examine the validity of the vendor. Is the vendor also the software developer, or is the vendor a distributor or agent for the software developer? Is there an international presence or is the company localized? How long has the software developer been in the library systems industry? How long has the library software been in the market, and who uses this software? Training. Does the company or authority of the particular software provide training? Where and how the training is conducted, whether it is online or on-site. Documentation or manual. Is training accompanied by easy-to-follow supporting print material or manual? How good is the manual? These are also important points to be considered. Updating. Does the company from their own website help to install, upgrade and patches, or simply help one with a particular function? How are the new modifications, new versions of the software to be obtained by the librarian? Post-installation support. Post-installation support from the vendor. General features of the library management software package. A. Multiple platforms. The software package chosen should run on various computer platforms. B. Existing standards. The one element in all library automation and networking today that has assumed highest priority is the use of international standards. Software should support internationally known standards such as Mark 21, CCF, AACR2, LCSH and data export and import in ISO 2709 Mark CCF. If possible, the software chosen should also comply with Unicode. C. Integrated. The software should permit collaborative working and all modules should be integrated in nature. D. Flexibility. The software should be so flexible as to handle the records of variable sizes. E. Capacity. The restriction in total number of database, information, record in a database enable the software to be handled effectively. F. Speed. Speed of operation in different environment. G. Standardized data format for import and export. The software should use standardized data format for importing and exporting of data from and to the software. H. Debugging facility. Debugging facility and scope of proper error message while executing the software are to be ensured. I. User friendliness. The software should be built on GUI based environment. It should provide expert advice and assistance in performing any task. It should empower the experienced user with shortcuts and the inexperienced user with menu driven icons, dialog box, etc., giving clickable access to the software. The software that is built on other platforms should also have a mnemonic-based command. J. Object linking and embedding. The object linking and embedding feature helps to create objects in one application and then to embed it in a record of the software package running on the computer. If the software package chosen has this feature, then it is good. K. Effectiveness. Does the system meet the specifications? L. Reliability. Does the search in the software give consistent results? M. Customization and expandability. The system should permit addition of new features to meet the local needs and uses. Services. Acquisition. Thus, the entire process of acquisition, right from suggestion, request for proposal, quotation, comparison, purchase, invoicing and accessioning is smoothly and effectively handled by the package. Does the system carry out duplicate checking while entering data? Does it have the capacity to print accession register, and how effective is the system for data entry? Does the software provide an easy way for editing records? Are insertions and deletions of records easy? B. Cataloging. Cataloging through retrospective conversion facility, provision of catalog card printing, etc. Circulation. Can the member ID cards with barcode and photograph be easily generated and used by the package? Is it possible to record the visits of the members to the library irrespective of the circulation? Provision for issue, return and renewal of documents, grace periods, overdue alert, computation of fines and reservation of documents, etc. D. Serial control. Does the serial control system allow to smoothly and effectively manage subscription and lending of serials, journals, periodicals or magazines? Provision of monitoring multiple issues of a serial, provision of grace period for receiving the serial, provision of renewal, overdue alert and entering the abstract of a serial. E. OPAC. Provision of reservation through OPAC, provision of searching OPAC from outside the library, provision of searching the OPAC and web simultaneously, meta search, using a single word search. F. Library administration. The software should allow generation of different kinds of reports, that is, collection statistics, circulation statistics, and also should be helpful to create one's own specialized report to meet the specialized needs. It should have the facility to assign different rights to the software for different category of library staff. New technologies. The library software package should keep pace with global technology, web enhancement, online information, virtual services, provision of barcode facility, handling uncatalogued items, etc. A. Network capabilities. Provision of LAN connectivity, scope of integration of software package with a web browser. B. Web enabling. Provision of web enabling through link to the application service provider ASP, provision of internet connectivity, email connectivity, etc. C. Enhanced MARC data. Many software allow to catalog websites, ebooks, AV resources in addition to traditional library resources. D. Open standard technologies. Is the database built on open standard technology such as SQL, Cold Fusion or XML that allows different types of software to talk to each other? That means different modules of the software can easily and automatically share and update any information is common, etc. E. Web technology standards. Web services are the set of technologies and standards for interoperability well adapted to exploit the characteristics and potentials of the web environment. Web technology is being used in library management software to make these compatible for web environment. Some of these technologies are HTML, XML, OpenURL, HTTP, SOAP, etc. Securities. A. Log on off. The software should provide library users and staff members with user IDs and passwords to log on or off facilities on their own. The system must also allow the administrator to provide access restrictions to certain modules or records or fields of importance. B. Power out feature. Is any power out feature included? The system should be with a manual hand scanner available to check the material in and out in the event of power failure that can later be easily connected to the computer system. Cost of the software package. A. Total cost of the software package. If the system comes in different modules available in only circulation module, circulation plus cataloging module, then the cost of the system is to be considered whether the total cost is affordable or justified. Cost of support, cost of training, on-site support, etc. Cost of upgrade, which is cost of future upgrades. And D. Future exist cost. In near future, if one wants to switch over to another software package, then the cost involved in such cases should also be considered. E. Warranty. The software should come with performance and service warranty. Performance testing. Any library management software package should be evaluated by checking some performance testing like transaction throughout capacity and response time, hardware functionality, module functionality, conversion testing, database loading, index building, etc. Web interfaces. The technologies are shifting the horizon of library management software packages every day. So, in choosing any software for library automation, if possible, librarians should look for the software package that has also the facility for federated search and comply with the open URL and barcode and RFID technologies. Integrated library management software vendors has increased not only the number of services offered but also their prices, leading to some dissatisfaction among smaller libraries. At the same time, open source software was in its early stages of testing. Some libraries began turning to such open source integrated library systems. Common reasons noted were to avoid vendor lock-in, avoid license fees, and participate in software development. Freedom from vendors also allowed libraries to prioritize needs according to urgency as opposed to what their vendor can offer. Libraries which have moved to open source integrated library systems have found that vendors are now more likely to provide quality service in order to continue a partnership, since they no longer have the power of owning the integrated library systems and tying down libraries to strict contracts. The use of cloud-based library management systems has increased drastically since the rise of cloud technology. Some common management systems include Libramatic, Aura Software, and Librarica. Many modern cloud-based solutions allowed automated cataloging by scanning a book's ISBN. Let's summarize what we have discussed. There are various information materials which focus on different criteria for selection and evaluating of library management software packages. So, adopting the necessary criteria intelligently is the ability of the person concerned with the library automation. Sophisticated library management software is available in open source platform and from the market. So it is more complicated to acquire a full-fledged library automation system for libraries. Therefore, proper planning is required before finalizing the criteria for the exercise. Before you attend the next unit, please try to answer the following questions. What is library automation? What are the new developments in library management software? What are the general features of good library management software? What are the criteria for the evaluation of library management software? Books for your reference are Evaluating and Selecting Software Packages, a Review, Information and Software Technology, Anil S. Yadav and Rajendra M. Sonar, 2009. Evaluating Library Software and Its Fitness for Purpose, Library Review, Nicholas Joint, 2006. Selection Criteria for Library Automation Software, Desi Doc Journal of Library and Information Technology, N.M. Malwad, 2002. Management of Library Automation Software in Academic Libraries, Online International Interdisciplinary Research Journal, Sunil D. Punwatkar, 2012. That's all we have on this module of library software packages, and I hope that this session was of great use to all of you. Until next time, goodbye.
Welcome to Interface. Today we have with us Professor Suranjan Das, an eminent historian, academic and Vice Chancellor of Calcutta University, to share his views related to higher education in India. Sir, being an academician and Vice Chancellor of eminent university, we would like to know your views regarding the state of higher education in India.
Well, first, for me it's a very welcome break and welcome opportunity to participate in this Interface program. As I see it, there are four major challenges for higher education in India, and these are the 4 E's. What are they? First, the challenge of expansion. Second, the challenge of excellence. Third, the challenge of equity. And fourth, the challenge of employability. And all these 4 E's are related. Let me come first to the point of expansion. As you know, even compared to many of the developing countries, the gross enrollment ratio in India in higher education is much lower than many of the developing countries. The estimates vary, but roughly we can say we have barely crossed 21-22% in terms of the gross enrollment ratio, at a time when the world average have already crossed 30%, 30-35%. So we need to expand the base of higher education in the country, and the Planning Commission has rightly estimated that unless the gross enrollment ratio reaches 30% by the end of the 12th plan period, India cannot be an active player in the creation of an international knowledge economy. Now, there have been various estimates of how much expansion we need to reach the target of 30% the gross enrollment ratio. Some say we need an additional intake of 64 lakhs at the undergraduate level, nearly half of that figure for the postgraduate level, but expansion is a must. The question is, do we only have expansion? No. There has to be also a simultaneous development in the quality of the teaching learning process, in the quality of education. And unless the quality is simultaneously improved, the place of India in the higher education map of the world cannot be preserved, sustained and strengthened. So, we have to strike a fine balance between expansion and excellence. So, that is the second challenge, how we expand and at the same time improve the quality of education in our country. The third is the challenge of equity. As we know that India is a developing country, it is on the brink of a transition to a new phase, but it is also true that there is a great divide between the rich and poor in the country. Some of the best millionaires of the world come from India, but again we have one of the highest infant mortality rate, we have one of the highest concentration of poverty level. So there is a growing divide between the rich and poor, although Indian economy is expanding. So at a time when we are speaking of expansion of higher education, at a time when we are speaking of excellence of higher education, we also need to ensure that the fruits of development of higher education actually filter down to the broader sections of the society. I always think that education cannot be an end for itself. Education has to be a means to an end. It is like a weapon which can be used to create a better world order. And to make education a weapon to create a better world order, we need to open the gates of education to broader sections of society. So, equity and access is again another important challenge for the higher education system in the country. We expand, we excel, but we also ensure that the fruits of excellence, fruits of expansion filter down to the broader sections of society. The fourth, as I mentioned, is a challenge of employability. As you know, the unemployment rate is in India quite high, and there is a growing apprehension that first, many of the graduates in India, particularly in professional subjects, are not employable. There are reports that engineering graduates are not employable. There are reports that the management graduates are not employable. So, employability is also a very important challenge for higher education. We need to create students, as a community of students, who after they go out of the campus, they can hold their head high, so that they can get jobs, they can either be self-employed or they can get jobs. So, employability is very important. But at the same time, I do not buy the argument that higher education should essentially be geared to create only employable graduates. That is not the sole aim of higher education. Yes, we need to create students who can be employed, but we should also remember that the basic aim of higher education is to create good citizens. What Martha Nussbaum, the famous American philosopher, said, to create inclusive citizens. So just creating engineers, just producing graduates, just producing historians, political scientists, managers is not enough, but they should also be good citizens. So when I stress the importance of employability in the development of the higher education system, I should also point out that just creating employable graduates is not enough. It is necessary, but it is not the sole goal. The sole goal should be the creation of a balance between employability and creation of good citizens. So these are the four important challenges in higher education, the 4 E's that I have mentioned.
Sir, in the neoliberal context, as you say, the molding of good citizens is one of the purpose of education.
Yeah.
There is a discussion going on regarding the decline in social sciences as well as in literature studies.
Yeah.
How do you comment?
Well, that's a very important challenge, a very important question. I, being personally a social scientist, I do feel that the social science does not get the deal that it should deserve, that it deserves from the funders, from the policy planners. Because I think that unless there is a link between science and society, unless the social demands can be met by technological advances and scientific developments, there cannot be real progress of science and technology. For example, we have made fundamental progress in the world of pharmaceuticals, in the production of drugs. But yet, so many thousands of people in the country suffer and die because of the lack of drugs. Also, the drugs are produced in India, or the drugs come from outside. So, there is a mismatch between production and delivery system. You produce, but you also have to ensure that the products go to the right people and to meet the right demands, to meet the right necessities. Now, this link between the distribution system and production cannot be done unless there is a link between scientists and social scientists. I also give you another example. We have made fundamental progress in biotechnology. The other day I was reading an article in the famous social science journal, you are acquainted with it, the Economic and Political Weekly. And the survey showed that only 10% of the researchers in biotechnology go to the benefit of the poor farmers. The rest of the 90% go for the industries or the multinationals. That is not a good scenario. That is happening because there is no link between the social science and science. The social scientists should tell the scientists what are the discoveries, what are the inventions, what are the what is the scientific knowledge that should be produced for the benefit of society, to meet the societal demands. And the scientists should also interact with the social scientists to ensure that the knowledge that is produced in laboratories and classrooms, that can be transmitted to the better needs of the society. So, the link between science and society, unless that is established, no country can progress. And social science therefore has to be given a good deal. Unfortunately, at least in India, the social scientists are not given a good deal by the policy framers. For example, there are so many fellowships for the scientists. There are so many grants that the scientists get even after they retire from the university. The social scientists do not get that. So, we need to develop social science. In fact, the developed countries in the West have already realized it. So, you have in the West, but even in America, multinationals funding social science chairs. We demonstrate that in the West, they have realized the importance of social science. They have realized the importance of humanities. They have realized the importance of literature. Unless a holistic development of knowledge, there cannot be a full-fledged development of knowledge society. Mere development of science and technology cannot be enough for the creation of a knowledge society.
So, people like Dr. Rao, eminent scientist, he also says that even basic sciences are also neglected by the state.
Sure, that's true. But that's again, I think there is a trend of rectification in that. One of the what I would say sometimes, and that is not true only for India, I mean many developing countries, they tend to imitate what is happening in the West. So, in the West there was at one time a huge emphasis on technology in applied sciences. So, we also went in that line. But again the West has realized it. So, there is now a relook at the entire science and technology policy. In the West now there is a new emphasis on basic sciences. In India also, after a period of neglect of basic sciences, the government of India has taken the right decision of re-emphasizing the importance of basic sciences. Therefore, now you have an infusion of a considerable sum of money, not enough, I mean, that Professor Rao, C.N.R. Rao and others would like, but there is, at least compared to social sciences, social science doesn't gets only a pittance. There is now a greater emphasis in basic sciences. So, you have more fellowships in basic sciences, you have the creation of new institutes in basic sciences, ISARs and others are coming up. Institute of Social Science is getting a lot of funding. Tata Institute of Fundamental Research is doing very well in terms of basic sciences. So, yes, the error that was committed say a decade back, that is now being rectified, and I think now we are on the right track of striking a fine balance between basic sciences and applied sciences.
Sir, what about the new areas developing under interdisciplinary studies?
Yeah, that
especially even in social sciences, new areas are emerging.
Sure.
History, political science,
sure,
and also foreign policy issues.
Sure. I mean, that is again an area which needs to be given due importance. In the developed countries of the West, and particularly in many universities which are, the benchmarks of progress in higher education, interdisciplinarity has become a buzzword. We have to go in for interdisciplinary process where the traditional boundaries between history, politics, economics, sociology break down. Because say any theme in political science that can be addressed from various angles. It can be addressed from a historical angle, it can be addressed from a contemporary angle, it can also be addressed in a futuristic angle. So, take the issue of ethnicity, which is very, very important. Issue of identity politics, which is important both in India as well as any pluralist society. Now, this entire problematic of ethnicity, it has a historical past. I mean, particularly in colonial countries, ethnicity in many ways had been constructed a category, but then that constructed category in some sense became real, and they became a part of broader political processes. They became a part of contemporary political processes. So contemporary element comes in, and then again you have to have a futuristic vision how ethnic politics either can become a part of mainstream politics, or ethnic politics has to retain autonomy of its own. Now, ethnicity therefore has a historical angle. Historians can look at it from the historical context. The political scientists can look at it from a contemporary context, and therefore sociologists and political scientists can join hands to see how ethnic politics in a country like India can develop in future. So any issue in social science can have and must have an interdisciplinary element in teaching learning process. But there is a big but. I personally feel even when we emphasize interdisciplinarity, we should not ignore the rigors of the mother discipline. For example, a historian should not compromise with the basic methodological aspect of historical research when a historian is collaborating with a political scientist. Similarly, a political scientist should not compromise with the basic rigors in terms of methodology of a political scientist when a political scientist is collaborating with a historian. Only then interdisciplinarity can have a meaningful focus.
So you are interested in area study programs.
Yeah.
And this is an emerging field.
Sure.
In all over the world.
Sure.
How do you comment on the state of interdisciplinary studies and area study programs offered in Indian universities?
Area studies are very important area in terms of interdisciplinarity. Because within area studies program, you can bring in historians, geographers, political scientists, people interested in women's studies, people interested in cultural studies, people of course interested in international relations. Because under area studies program, you study a particular area in its totality. Now, the UGC with which I was associated, I was a member there, and I was also associated with the area studies program as a member of the steering committee of the UGC for some time. UGC has a very active area studies program, and this needs to be promoted in a much bigger way, because area studies program can contribute in two ways. One, of course, it can contribute development of human knowledge, but area studies program can also help the state in the development of policy, in the development of the policy of the state in the wider international realm. So area studies can have a relevance in broader human knowledge. Area studies can also have a relevance in terms of the foreign policy imperatives, in terms of the foreign policy formulation, in terms of the interactions of the state in international relations. So in these two ways, area studies is very, very important. And I do feel that the various departments, social science departments in the universities, with the help of the UGC, should develop area studies program. In Calcutta University, we are experimenting with a new knowledge experiment, and this is about foreign policy studies. We have set up an institute of foreign policy studies with the help of the Ministry of External Affairs. And what we are doing, we are offering a 2-year MPhil course in foreign policy studies, and we are also conducting researches on various aspects of Indian foreign policy as well as various aspects of international relations having a direct bearing on Indian foreign policy. Similarly, if other universities also take up this challenge, I think we can create a body of researchers who can contribute not only to the development of our knowledge in international relations, but who can also provide important inputs to the government of India for the development of a viable and forceful Indian foreign policy.
So you are viewing education from a broader perspective.
Of course, I always do view education from a broader perspective, because as I told you in the very initial stage of this interaction, that I do not see education as an end in itself.
But there are criticisms that the budgetary allocation to education is much less than what is needed.
Oh, sure. I mean, for example, long time back it was stipulated that 6% of the GDP should be earmarked for education. We are nowhere near that. But it is also true that there has been substantial increase in the allocation of the budget in education, both in higher education and primary education. New schemes have been developed. In the higher education, you have a new scheme called the RUSA, Rashtriya Uच्च Shiksha Abhiyan. And that I think is a very important initiative, and that initiative, if properly implemented, can lead to a broader development of higher education in the country. The reason I am saying this is because of the follows. In higher education in India, there has been a particular distortion. The distortion is between the dichotomy between central universities and state universities.
Sir, let me, that the constitution provides education under the concurrent.
Sure.
Is it a problem?
No, it's not a problem.
Implementing?
No, it's not a problem. In fact, when education was brought from the state list to the concurrent list, the idea was that if education is brought on a concurrent list, then there should be a balanced development of education. That was the whole idea. Unfortunately, it has not happened. There have been geographical distortions. Some parts of the country have developed more in terms of education than other parts. Even within a state, there are distortions. And the most important thing is that despite the fact that education has been brought on a concurrent list, there are growing dichotomies between the central university system and the state university system. State universities do not get the same sort of financial support as the central universities get. The service conditions of the teachers are different in the central and state universities. So, this is one major dichotomy within the university system in the country. Although if you search for the centers of excellence in the country in terms of higher education, the UGC has recognized 14 universities as centers for excellence. And out of these 14 universities, majority are the state universities. So if you look at the input-output ratio, the amount of money that a university gets and the output that is produced, the state universities are doing very well. So, but they are not getting the sort of financial support that central universities are getting. So there is this great dichotomy. But this dichotomy is sought to be addressed through the RUSA. Because through the RUSA, the state universities are supposed to get additional financial benefit directly from the UGC through the state governments. So this is a very important initiative which, if properly implemented, might address some of the basic dichotomies within the higher education system in the country. But I still feel that there should be a parity in terms of financial grants that the central government gives to the various universities, the central universities and state universities. The service conditions of the teachers in central and state universities should be similar. The students in the central university and state universities should be getting the same amount of benefit, and it is only then we can think of a higher education system which is holistic, which is equitable, which will expand, and along with expansion there will be excellence and the address of the broader questions of the equity and justice.
Sir, what about the peculiar social milieu which exists in India? For instance, the caste system. Is it a hurdle to the empowerment of the ordinary citizens to get education and to get to reach higher clearance of society?
No, I do not agree with that, because one has to accept the diversity and pluralism of our country. One has to also accept the fact that a large number of social groups are backward because of certain historical reasons. And it is the duty of the state to ensure that all citizens of the country get equal benefit and equal access to law, equal access to opportunities. And therefore, the social groups which had been backward, which had been pushed to the brink of social and economic development because of historical reasons, they need to be given greater protection, they need to be given certain important advantages so that they can come up in terms of social standards, in terms of other benefits, they can become really a part of the broader mainstream. So I do not believe that giving protection to the backward social class is an essential impediment. But I also believe that people of the higher castes but are economically backward, they should also be given protection. They should also be given advantages so that they can also rise up. So protection, reservation is certainly necessary. After all, even in America, you have the positive discrimination policy. So there is no reason why in India also, given the fact that historically there is a large number of social groups who have been discriminated against, who have been deliberately kept on the brinks of marginality of social development, should not be given protection and additional benefits so that they can become a part of the broader mainstream.
So, there are the number of colleges are given autonomy. And there is a criticism. The main criticism is that the colleges are given administrative autonomy, not academic autonomy.
No, that
How do you view?
that is not true. I think when a college is given an autonomous status, that college is given autonomy both in administration as well as in academic matters. And I am saying this from my own experience in West Bengal. Of course, there were certain reservations initially about the grant of autonomy. But I think time has come when we have to recognize excellence. Of course, not at the point of compromising with expansion or not at the point of compromising with equity and access. If certain institutions have excelled themselves, they should be given autonomy, and of course within the constitutional paradigm. UGC has set certain parameters, certain guidelines on the basis of which autonomy works. And that paradigm of autonomy does not only include administrative autonomy. It also includes academic autonomy, but under the guidance of the parent university. We have a large, up to 5 or 6 autonomous colleges, and they operate under the guidance of the University of Calcutta. We do not foresee any particular problem. Some of the colleges are doing exceedingly well because, I don't want to name colleges, but some of the colleges have introduced 5-year integrated courses, which in Calcutta University we couldn't do because the size is very high, size of student population is quite high. And those colleges which have been given autonomous college status, they are doing exceedingly well in introducing new innovations. But as I said, they operate under certain administrative norms, and those administrative norms are framed in such a way that they are all laid down by the UGC regulations. They are also governed by the university regulations and state government regulations. They operate in such a way that they are in tune with the principles of equity and access. They are in tune with principles of other forms of justice. I do not foresee any difficulty in the grant of autonomous status and recognition of excellence, provided they work within the existing paradigms.
Sir, from your experience as an academician as well as an administrator and being a vice chancellor of a university, famous university, do you have any policies or suggestions regarding higher education in India?
Yeah, as I said, I mean, the 4 E's that I mentioned, the major challenges, there has to be a balance between expansion and excellence, between a balance between excellence and equity, and a balance between equity and employability. These are the 4 challenges, and we have to ensure that this balance is maintained. The second, I think, the state funding is a must, particularly in a country like India, which is in a period of transition. And since education falls into what we call social capital, the support of the state is a must. I do not oppose the role of private capital in higher education, because if there is private public partnership in health, in transport, in other sectors, there is no reason why there can be a private public partnership in education. But, this is the big but, I make a distinction between private public partnership and commercialization of higher education. We have to be very, very careful in making this distinction. I am very much against commercialization of education, but I am not against the private players playing a role in higher education with the help of the state, because frankly, particularly for the state governments, they do not have enough financial resources to fund the higher education in a way that it should be doing. So, we need to take the support of the private capital, but not at the dictates of private capital. So, I make a clear distinction between private public partnership and commercialization of higher education. I do not accept commercialization of higher education, but I have no objections to private public partnership operating within the constitutional mandate.
So, we are opening up to foreign universities also nowadays. Another controversial issue.
Foreign universities.
Foreign universities.
Yeah. Well, that's a controversy. The foreign regulation bill, university regulatory bill has not yet been passed in the parliament. Here again, I would say that I am not opposed to foreign competition, because I have faith in the human resources of my colleagues. But if the foreign competition takes place, it has to take place on an equal footing, on an equal level. There should be even playing field where the foreign universities and the Indian universities can compete with each other. but there cannot be a situation where the foreign universities can have certain advantages which the Indian universities don't have. If the foreign universities can charge as much tuition fees is like, if the foreign universities can have a separate policy in terms of service conditions of the teachers, if the foreign universities can develop a curriculum without giving due regard to the constitutional mandate, I am opposed to it. But if the competition is on an equal plane, on an equal footing, I do not have any problem with foreign competition. The foreign universities, they can obviously come, but then I would say the Indian universities should have a right to have their own, our branches in the foreign universities. My question is, will the UK and the USA allow Calcutta University or Calicut University or JNU to open their branches there? So there should be even playing field. And there are a lot of other problems and intricacies which need to be resolved before we open the gates, the floodgates of higher education in the country to foreign universities. But as I said, I am prepared to have competition on equal level, but I would also prefer a strong opening for foreign collaboration. There should be collaboration between Indian universities and foreign universities.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much indeed. Thanks a lot.
Welcome to the session on Aesthetics and Cultural Studies. Over the past 30 or so years, cultural studies has grown to become a major academic institution. According to many of its 1990s textbooks, this advance has entailed a radical departure from the sociology of culture. In art, history and aesthetics, the shift towards visual culture is occurring for many reasons. Theoreticians associated with the study of visual culture argue that its usage is increasing in response to the proliferation of images challenging the hegemony of text and spoken word. The area of study defined under the term visual culture is very vast, as it assumes that the processes and products of culture are studied in relation to multiple contexts such as politics, economics, gender, race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, age and power relations, among others. The shift to visual culture represents a recognition of a vastly changed cultural environment, which includes a new symbiosis between new technologies, new economic arrangements and changed social formations. There are a number of thinkers who believe that our society has become a society of spectacle. Chaplin argues that never before in human history has imagery been so central to the creation of identity or the gathering and distribution of knowledge. In Baudelaire's opinion, never before have images been so self-referential, arguably so seductive. Heidegger believed that the world conceived and grasped as a picture is what distinguishes the essence of the modern age. Mirzoeff insists that the modernist fascination with the visual and its effects has engendered a postmodern culture that is at its most postmodern when it is visual. During the heyday of modernism, social class reinforced a divide between the arts and the rest of the social life, but now with their configuring of social class in a postmodern world, the distinction between art and social life has imploded. The once clear distinction between high and low culture no longer exists, as each borrow freely from one another and both producers and audiences move between them. Accordingly, culture is seen not as something that is high and refined, but rather, as William says, culture is ordinary. Culture is an everyday experience. Emmrc writes, in the present intensely visual age, everyday life is visual culture. Visual culture, then, is not something special, but something we all possess and practice all the time. Definitions. Though everyone agrees with the cultural shift towards visualities as the characteristic of our age, it is difficult to give a precise definition for visual culture. Unlike art, there is no single institutional framework with which to associate visual culture. B. Wilson elegantly captures the difference between art and visual culture in contrasting the relative ease with which he felt able to map the field of art education with the impossibility of similarly mapping visual culture. Following Deleuze and Guattari's distinctions between tree-like structures and a rhizome, he argues that whereas art education is like a tree with roots, a trunk and branches, visual culture is like a rhizome. A paradigm example of a rhizome is grass, where a continually growing complex underground system puts out lateral shoots or roots or tubers at intervals. In one sense, visual culture refers to a field of study. The field is emerging from different disciplines, though principally sociology, and draws upon numerous theoretical perspectives. Nevertheless, the field is usually thought to be composed of two closely related elements: a focus on ways of seeing, often referred to as visuality, and an expanded range of visual artifacts that lie beyond the art institution. Henderson, for example, defines visual culture as what it is to see and what there is to see. But equally significant is an emphasis on ways of perceiving and reflecting upon visual experience. As a field, visual culture is generally informed by the view that artifacts and their perception are alike in being context bound, that is, they are historically, socially and politically determined and cannot be studied in isolation from these factors. Moreover, it is usually recognized that visual artifacts exist in relation to other semiotic codes and appeal to sensory modes other than sight, such as language, sound, music and human gesture, and cannot be grasped without taking those modes into account. Media theorist Nicholas Emmrc has written widely on the topic of visual culture, defining it not as the products of consumer and or high culture, but rather as a cultural tendency towards employing visual information as the privileged mode of representation and comprehension. There are essentially two ways of looking at visual culture. One is to look at what is taking place in a specific period of time and to examine every aspect of what is going on at that particular moment in the course of history. For example, look at the Renaissance and see what is happening politically, economically, culturally, etc. The other way of viewing visual culture is to look at it as a progression throughout history. The idea is that once an image is stored in your brain, it becomes identifiable and does not appear to be foreign to our visual understanding. Visual culture is often observed as a new methodology that looks to ask more interesting questions about the motivations, and visions behind art. In her article, Johanna Drucker examines fine art's relationship to mass culture. She argues, the theoretical discussion of fine art as a cultural practice is still largely dependent on outmoded ideas that art defines itself in critical opposition to mass culture. And she believes that fine art and art history are mistaken by not including visual culture within their disciplines. She believes that there is a great gap between what artists use to acquire inspiration and motivation and the theoretical approaches in which the discipline of art history uses to examine these new artist ideologies. There needs to be a way to incorporate and study this new response to modern life. Drucker believes that once there is a dichotomy between art and visual culture, there will be works included that represent modern art of 20th century while incorporating visual images from areas other than the fine arts. Cultural studies have often been criticized as being a critique of aesthetics. It interprets its history in terms of the need to transcend the limited conception of culture handed down by the 19th century aesthetics. The 1990s was the decade when visual studies was establishing itself as a new field of study that promised, like cultural studies before it, to transcend the disciplinary divides and to bring under one roof scholars from different fields such as art, history, cognitive science, literary studies, sociology, philosophy, cultural theory, anthropology, and film and media studies. For some, visual studies were to inherit from cultural studies its emphasis on the critical project of uncovering ideological machinations prevalent in culture. Theorists embracing such a version of visual studies, usually drawing inspiration from Debord's famous criticism of the society of spectacles and other varieties of French iconoclasm, generally viewed aesthetics as an ideology that only served to legitimize the fetishist and alienating character of bourgeoisie high culture. Some other scholars, however, do not agree with it and suggest a more dialectical approach to the relation between vision and culture. Generally, the study of visual culture has been understood as implying a shift from compartmentalized methodologies of art, history, philosophy, visual anthropology, neurophysiology, film studies to a more comprehensive approach. It has also been interpreted as marking a change of focus from the study of the history of objects to the study of the history of reception, response, or reaction to visual phenomena. Visual culture scholars have shown a revival of interest in developing an overarching theory of the image as a universal category present in every human culture. What all these different perspectives on visual culture have in common is dissatisfaction with the traditional division of labor in the humanities and a call for a broader, more inclusive framework. What is the role of aesthetics in this framework? As we have already discussed, not everyone has agreed in letting aesthetics in, the main reason being a widely shared suspicion in the humanities, at least since the 1970s, that philosophical aesthetics commits the deadly sins of ahistoricism, Eurocentrism, formalism, and blindness to cultural differences. Aesthetic vocabulary has also been viewed as dated, irresponsive to the challenges of new media, post-conceptual art practices, and the digital revolution. But it is a curious fact that the anti-aesthetic atmosphere prevalent in the humanities in the first 2 decades of the formation of visual studies has paradoxically helped aesthetics by making aestheticians more sensitive to universalizing claims about aesthetic values. Thus, visual culture studies today is sandwiched between aesthetic and anti-aesthetic claims. In his book Production of Presence, Hans Ulrich Gumbrett argues that the aesthetic encounter is characterized by a certain presence which precedes meaning and interpretation. Gumbrett is not against interpretation. Indeed, he says that we should conceive of aesthetic experience as an oscillation between presence effects and meaning effects. He writes, what we call aesthetic experience always provides us with certain feelings of intensity that we cannot find in the historically and culturally specific everyday worlds that we inhabit, prefer to speak as often as possible of moments of intensity or of lived experience instead of saying aesthetic experience, because most philosophical traditions associate the concept of experience with interpretation, that is, with acts of meaning attribution. It seems to be proposed as a kind of pre-social, pre-interpretative phenomenological event and explicitly opposed to the fundamentally hermeneutic project of cultural studies. W.J.T. Mitchell is another important theorist who argues against the kind of interpretative reductionism that ignores the specificity of the visual image. According to him, what pictures want is not to be interpreted, decoded, worshipped, smashed, exposed or demystified by their beholders. What pictures want in the last instance then is simply to be asked what they want. It is an example of a trend in the past few years to talk about the power of images and to write about paintings as if they have their own agency and as if our own encounter with them at some level escapes the mediating effects of biography, culture and the social world. To conclude this short discussion on visual culture studies and aesthetics, let me quote Andrei Dadajik and Jakub Stedskal, the very question ubiquitous in the debates on visual culture of what is natural and what is acquired in our visual experiences has been a topic in aesthetics at least since the Enlightenment. And last but not least, despite attempts to study visual culture without employing the concept of art, there is no prospect of this central subject of aesthetic theory ebbing away from visual studies. For better or worse, the question of what is and what is not good art will remain with us for some time to come. It is therefore plausible that visual studies can profit greatly from involvement with aesthetics, if only to learn from its past mistakes. Stanworth writes, we need to look more closely at the historical construction of ideas which have been inherited over time, shape the possible meanings of visual culture today, and affect the choices people make and the action they take. Do you agree with her? Do you feel that images have that much power or control over people? What has happened to visual culture politically, economically and culturally during the Renaissance? Books for your reference. The Aesthetic Dimension of Visual Culture, edited by Andrei Dadajik and Jakub Steskal Dekovitskaya, Margaret, 2005. Visual Culture, the study of the visual after the cultural turn. Cambridge, MA, MIT Press. Holly, Michael Ann and Keith Moxie, edited, 2002. Art History, Aesthetics, Visual Culture. New Haven, CT, Yale University Press. Mirzev, Nicholas, 2002. The Subject of Visual Culture, in The Visual Culture Reader, 2nd edition, edited by Nicholas Mirzev. London, Routledge. Mitchell, WJT, 2002. Showing Seeing, a Critique of Visual Culture, Journal of Visual Culture 1, 165 to 181. Here we conclude the session on aesthetics and cultural studies. We'll meet again for another session. Till then, bye.
Hello and welcome to the session Developmental Guidance. Introduction. The student in the school is an active agent who is learning, changing and developing with each of the interaction with the environment. Such a student presents the challenge of being understood. This is both an issue of self-understanding and an issue of how others understand your actions. Everyone needs appreciative understanding to establish meaningful interactions with environment. Understanding, respecting and accepting each student within the framework of school is a massive task. Guidance programs respond to these different needs through dividing the many interactions within the school environment into two, need-based and problem-based. The need-based guidance is called developmental guidance and problem-based guidance is called remedial guidance. Developmental guidance tries to understand and engage with the needs of human beings. It employs complex theoretical insights on needs. According to these theories, human beings represent dynamic organisms that work with the goal of reducing internal tensions through need satisfaction. All of us strive for homeostasis or a kind of equilibrium related to needs. The satisfactory fulfillment of needs leads to the movement to next level of needs, which ultimately contributes to the development and growth of the organism. Through providing environment that is conducive for growth, developmental guidance encourages the positive resolution of developmental tasks and act as a facilitating agent in finding a person's innate potential. The goal of developmental guidance is an individual who can integrate personal and social needs successfully. Understanding and responding to needs. It is important to understand needs to understand human personality and development. Need-based approach to human nature helps to build a bridge between the incommensurable debates that treat human nature in two fundamentally different ways. These debates vary from treating human nature as fixed to human nature as flexible. The basic assumption of this approach is that human beings share some common needs with other animals, and its satisfaction is crucial to survival. The goal-directed behavior of human beings has an indispensable link to these needs, and it is not possible to treat human beings only as byproduct of culture. Nature provides a very strong base to which culture responds. Education, being a manifestation of human culture, can act as a platform where the nature-culture debate can take place in an effective way. In this debate, the needs emerge as a crucial determinant of the dialogue and can influence the development of human personality and growth. So, needs demand careful attention and systematic responses from school environment. Developmental guidance can be considered as an attempt to provide this attention in an organized and structured way. Developmental guidance works with a scientific definition of needs. Gardner and Murphy express this in the following way. The ultimate elements in personality structure are the needs or tensions, and they are interrelated by means of the functional connections between regions which permit the spread of these tensions. The result is a tension system whose lawful structure is expressed in terms of the relative strengths of tensions and the relative rigidity of barriers to their diffusion. One positive aspect of this definition is that it allows the conception of human system as dynamic one which works towards the reduction of tension through the satisfaction of needs. Personality can now be considered as the aggregate of activities brought about by the impact of needs upon the organism. When the person strives for reduction of tension through need satisfaction, different degrees and kinds of behavior can emerge. It starts from the crying behavior of the infant. The complexity of behaviors increases with age. From eating, drinking and sleeping, the infant slowly starts exploring the environment. These behaviors are attributed to different needs. Some psychologists have come up with a differentiation of these needs and have established a hierarchy of needs. And they have observed that there exists many complex interactions between needs expressed immediately and the needs that lie elsewhere. Sometimes the present need obscures the deeper unrecognized need. This is an insight which is great relevance in the classroom situation. For instance, a child who has been engaging in destructive behavior cannot be understood through analyzing the immediate environment. The reason may be prolonged period of parental neglect or some similar reasons where the child's need for attention was compromised. The child may be trying to compensate it now through destructive behavior. Abraham Maslow has come up with a hierarchy of needs to understand the complexity of the human personality. According to Maslow, needs can be divided into primary, secondary and tertiary and can be arranged in a pyramid model where primary needs form the base, secondary needs form the middle layer and tertiary needs form the top of the pyramid. Primary needs are mainly physiological needs and safety needs. Secondary needs are belongingness needs and esteem needs. Tertiary needs are self-actualization needs. Physiological needs are basic needs related to physical well-being. Hunger, thirst and sleep form the basic needs. Lack of satisfaction of any of these will create tension within the organism and disrupt the homeostasis of the system. Homeostasis is a state of equilibrium that can be attained through the satisfaction of the needs, drives and instincts. The environment always plays many challenges that can upset the homeostasis of an organism. They present stressful situations characterized by lack of sleep, fatigue, physical pain, excessive heat or cold and the like. If the primary needs remain unsatisfied, the organism cannot survive and move to the next stage. Once all the physiological needs are met, the individual appears to seek for such a place as he can feel secure. For an infant, the presence of mother's body is the ultimate security. But as the age increases, he or she will actively explore the environment and new needs for security emerges out of the new interactions. If the child in the early years of development is surrounded by secure environment, this can affect or arrest the development of the child. The next level of needs is belongingness needs. This involves the need for love and the need for esteem. When both physiological needs and safety needs are satisfied successfully, there arises the need for care and affection of other human beings. If the environment around the individual does not provide the care and affection the individual is looking for, the individual will end up in loneliness. Loneliness can seriously affect one's social and emotional functioning and mental health. We all need a certain degree of intimacy and closeness with fellow human beings to function effectively. Since no human action happens in social vacuum, we all flourish with proper care and attention and can strive for the attainment of better goals. Lonely children are emotionally vulnerable and most likely face failures in situations involving team effort or group work. On the contrary, those who are loved and cared won't be quickly upset and show greater stability when faced with difficult situations. Through fostering healthy social interaction and inculcating the values of care and affection, children can move to the next step in the ladder where they can strive to fulfill their inner capacities in a socially desirable and culturally acceptable way. The next level in need hierarchy is that of esteem needs. It is the need which makes people seek not only companionship but also respect within the social group they are moving. Extreme and risk-taking behaviors among children and adolescent age groups can be explained in terms of esteem needs. For instance, jumping from the height is an action normally a child will be frightened to do. But a child performs this to get the respect of friends. In jobs and in social relationships too, people strive to get respect. The longing for admiration and praise appears universal. It is not a need expressed or experienced by post-industrial revolution societies. It has been expressed in all human societies irrespective of the variations in geographical area and cultural differences. It is one need that gives an internal direction and motivation to human behavior. Though all other needs have these characteristics, one can see that need for esteem has no physiological correlates associated with it. Carried to the extremes, desire for esteem can lead to harmful effects. But many cultures have codified laws of conduct aimed at curtailing excessive attempts to grab care, attention, and respect among fellow members. Once the lower level needs are met satisfactorily, the individual starts expressing the need for creative work. Maslow places it at the top of the hierarchy of needs and calls it need for self-actualization. As the name suggests, this need is characterized by attempts to actualize or realize oneself. Self being an enigmatic concept, the need to realize it reveals many layers to it. It is not simple creativity or the need to make something. This is a need where human beings face some fundamental questions related to the inner life and potential hidden inside each one of us. This need goes beyond the esteem and other needs which find a social medium for its satisfaction. Self-actualization needs are many. The peculiarity of human beings as a species, as it requires great levels of thinking and higher levels of cognition. This need is not restricted to genius or exceptional individuals. Each one of us has this need, and if not satisfied properly, it will result in frustration. The individuals striving for growth will be hindered. This view and hierarchization of needs provides some useful conceptual foundations to understand the needs of children in school setting, from where it emerges and how it can be satisfied optimally. The next section deals with some methods of developmental guidance. Methods used in developmental guidance. The basic objective of developmental guidance, as discussed earlier, is preventing breakdown and developing the growth potential inherent in the child. This twin objective can be attained in the classroom through sticking to the methods advised by developmental guidance. This guidance does not focus on problems but focus on needs to avoid the emergence of problems. It believes that the performance of any child in any task will depend upon three things: the child himself, the task itself, and the situation. In the child, what a developmental guidance worker observes is his aptitudes, values, goals, general experience, and physical condition. A task defined with the interest it can generate, the level of difficulty and usefulness. A situation can be defined with interaction among the members of the team, tension, motivation, and anxiety. Based on these three factors, the essentials of developmental guidance are listed out as the following. Expect the best of each student. Most children can do what adults expect of them. A teacher should not interfere with a child's attempt to do something and should not do it for him or her. Teacher should only be a facilitating agent. Encourage each child. An encouraging guidance program believes in each student and respect them. Encouragement is different from reward and praise. Encouragement is providing an atmosphere conducive for learning and exploration. Reward and praise can be used as part of this. Listen more. A development guidance worker should listen well and should listen carefully. Rather than giving empty instructions or generalized negative feedbacks, a teacher can spend time to listen each one of them. This would provide better access to the overall functioning of the child in school and home environment. This requires attentive and active listening. Observe behavior. A student's behavior must be understood within the context of the behavior. What is it trying to achieve through a particular behavior? Whether it is repeated in similar contexts, what are the sources of reinforcements of that particular behavior? All these factors can contribute in making a map of the conduct of the student, which will further help in orienting the conduct towards more productive areas. Group evaluation. As the child grows up, he or she expands the social life to circles beyond home and classroom. In the classroom itself, the child finds the peer group more acceptable than the teacher. So, group evaluation and criticism becomes an effective technique where the peer group is given the duty to observe and evaluate the child's conduct. The feedback from the peer group is usually accepted without much resistance. Imparting study skills. Effective study habits contribute to the academic success and thus improve the confidence and achievement-oriented behaviors. So, imparting study skills is an important area of developmental guidance. Sometimes, teachers can incorporate this to classroom training. Sometimes, school counselors can give special sessions on study skills. Both gifted students and average students benefit from these sessions. It has been observed that most often underachievement is due to lack of planning and organization and due to the absence of study skills. Students can benefit hugely from inculcating proper study habits and proper time management. Extracurricular activities. Extracurricular activities are as important as curricular activities. These activities provide a platform for students to express their talents. A good developmental guidance program includes several such events in which a class or number of classes can come together and organize the event. This would also contribute to the development of planning and organizational capacities of the students. Such events are also helpful to make the school life colorful and fun-filled so that students won't find it monotonous. Venues of self-expression are rare in mainstream school curriculum, which is designed to serve the purposes of masses. Extracurricular sessions provide opportunities for self-expression too. Outcome of developmental guidance. The ideal outcome of developmental guidance is development of an individual into a mature human being who is capable of integrating the social and personal aspects and functions optimally in a changing world. A mature person must be aware of not only his abilities but also his limitations and resources available in the environment. A mature individual is consistent, insightful, self-confident, productive and socially responsible. These are some adult criteria which needs adaptation to understand the maturing individual. The conceptual framework provided by Erik H. Erikson through advancement of psychosocial stages of development is useful to understand and evaluate the outcome of developmental guidance. It starts with the sense of trust. It develops in the first years of life. Once trust is established, the infant starts working with ideas of self and other. He or she understands and recognizes important others and tries to respond to them, and in the process asserts the developing notion of autonomy. The successful resolution of this stage results in self-control. In the next stage, the child actively explores the environment and establish relations with living and non-living things. This is the period of enterprise, imagination, creativity and fantasy. The child enters school at this stage. If all the previous stages are successfully resolved, the child shows high motivation for learning and other activities. He or she would show a sense of accomplishment. This is the stage where preoccupation with fantasy subsides and child looks for real tasks and completion of it gives him or her pleasure. With the onset of adolescence, another stage of development begins in which the child expresses a sense of identity. This stage is defined by questions related to self, society, social roles, worth, etc. If the child has resolved the previous stages successfully, this transition phase will be handled smoothly. Otherwise, this is the period where students show oppositional tendencies and delinquent behavior. Developmental guidance usually pays special attention to this phase for a successful resolution of this phase. The next stage is characterized by a developing sense of intimacy in which the person looks forward for emotionally rewarding friendships and also experience sexual attraction. Love, inspiration, spontaneity and warmth are the desirable outcome of this stage. The final component of these stages is the sense of integrity. With the successful resolution of all developmental stages and tasks, the individual develops a healthy personality characterized by a sense of integrity. Such a person will be able to accept his individual life cycle as meaningful. He will take up the responsibility for his own life and establish a sense of comradeship and shared humanitarian concern with fellow human beings. He will be functioning effectively and without generating conflicts in groups and in teams. He won't find it difficult to assess his worth individually and as a social actor, and works in tandem with many other social factors and historical contingencies. Let's summarize the main ideas in this unit. Developmental guidance tries to understand and engage with the needs of human beings. It employs complex theoretical insights on needs. The most comprehensive theory among them is Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of needs. According to these and many other theories, human beings represent dynamic organisms that work with goal of reducing internal tensions through need satisfaction. All of us strive for homeostasis, or a kind of equilibrium related to needs. The satisfactory fulfillment of needs leads to the movement to next level of needs, which ultimately contributes to the development and growth of the organism. Through providing environment that is conducive for growth, developmental guidance encourages the positive resolution of developmental tasks and act as a facilitating agent in finding a person's innate potential. The goal of developmental guidance is an individual who can integrate personal and social needs successfully. Now, you can try to answer the questions given here. What are the outcomes of successful developmental guidance? What are primary, secondary and tertiary needs in Maslow's hierarchy? What are the methods of developmental guidance? What are the characteristics of esteem needs? What is meant by self-actualization need? Now, you can refer the books for further understanding. Guidance in Today's School, Mortensen, G. Donald and Schmuller Allen, M. 1962, published by John Wiley and Sons, New York. Guidance in Classroom, written by Strang Ruth and Morris Glynn, 1964, published by Collier and Macmillan Limited, London. Thank you for watching this program. We can meet again with another topic. Till then, take care.
For centuries, Kerala has been home to a rich variety of vocal and instrumental music traditions. A lush and varied environment, a wide range of performance traditions, and the diverse cultural legacies of the region have all contributed to and enriched this deeply resonant musical culture. Temples and kavas have played a historic and prominent role in the development of Kerala culture, in which music, dance, and performance of various kinds have always been a vital part of the daily, seasonal, and annual rituals and festivals. The most remarkable feature of the musical culture of Kerala is the prominence attributed in it to percussion music, especially ensemble percussion music. Indeed, it would be almost impossible to imagine a Kerala festival, whether religious or secular, without a percussion ensemble that brings together a variety of instruments, merging into one seamless whole, to create the most sublime and resounding of rhythmic flows and crescendos. Panchavadyam, Panjari Melam, Pandi Melam, Madala Keli, Tayambaga. The list goes on. Featured in these rhythmic ensembles are a variety of percussion instruments such as the chenda, the madalam, the idakya, the mirava, the timila, the chengala, the ilathalam, and so on. While each of these percussion instruments are significant and different in their own ways, perhaps the most vital among them is the madalam. The madalam is traditionally considered to be a Mangalavadya, an auspicious instrument, featuring prominently in the daily ritualistic and festive music played in temples, a necessary and significant presence in temple performance forms. The madalam is of three types: the Veera madalam, the Tuppi madalam, and the Shuddha madalam. The Veera madalam is not in use anymore, whereas the Tuppi madalam is an essential component for the performance of the devotional dance drama Krishna Natak. The Shuddha madalam is the most popular type and is played in the percussion ensembles Panchavadyam, Keli, and Kathakali performances.
മദ്ദളത്തിനെ പറ്റി പറയുമ്പം മറ്റുള്ള തോൽവാദ്യങ്ങളിൽ വെച്ചിട്ട് ഒരു പ്രത്യേകത ചിലതൊക്കെ ഉണ്ട്. അത് പറയാണ്ടിരുന്നാൽ ശരിയാവില്ല. ഒന്ന്, നീളമുള്ള ശബ്ദം ഉള്ള ഒരേ ഒരു വാദ്യമേ ഉള്ളൂ, അത് മദ്ദള. കാരണം കാണിച്ചു തരാം. ഇപ്പം മറ്റേത് വാദ്യത്തിലായാലും ഇതാ ആ കുട്ടുന്നതിൻ്റെ ആ ശക്തി അനുസരിച്ച് അത് അതിൻ്റെ ആ ശബ്ദത്തിന് ഇങ്ങനെ നീളം കൂടും, ആ ഘനം അനുസരിച്ച്. ഇതേ ഇത്രയും പോയി. ഇനി വക്കത്തെന്നാം, പ്രണവം, വലന്തല കൊട്ടിയാൽ പ്രണവം ആണെന്നാ പറയാ. ഓങ്കാര ശബ്ദം, ഓങ്കാരം, ഓം എന്ന് പറ, അതേ ഛായ. അത് മദ്ദളത്തിന് മാത്രമേ ഉള്ളൂ. പിന്നെ രണ്ടാമത്, എല്ലാ വാദ്യങ്ങളെ പോലെയല്ല, ഇത് ഇടത്തെ കൈ കൊണ്ട് കൂട്ടുന്നത് വലന്തലയും വലത്തെ കൈ കൊണ്ട് കൂട്ടുന്നത് ഇടന്തലയും, അങ്ങനെയാ പറയാ. കാരണം നേരെ എതിരായിട്ടാ പറയാ. ഇതിപ്പം വലത്തെ കൈ കൊണ്ട് ഇതാ, ഇത് ഇടന്തല എന്നാ ഇതിന് പറയാ. ഇത് ഇടത്തെ കൈ കൊണ്ട് കൂട്ടുന്നതാണ് ഇത് വലന്തല. ഇത് വലത്തെ കൈ കൊണ്ട് കൂട്ടുന്നത്, ഇത് ഇടന്തല. നേരെ താതിരിച്ചാ പറയാ. പിന്നെ ഇടന്തലയിൽ അധികം ശബ്ദങ്ങളൊന്നുമില്ല, ഒറ്റ ശബ്ദമേ ഉള്ളൂ. വായത്താരിക്ക് വ്യത്യാസം ഉണ്ടാവും, ണാന്നും താന്നും രീന്നും, അതും അവസരോഹിതം അക്ഷരം മാറ്റി പറയാമെന്ന് മാത്രമേ ഉള്ളൂ. മദ്ദളത്തിന്റെ ജീവൻ മുഴുവൻ വലന്തലയിലാണ്. അത് ദേ ധീം വന്നു, തീ, കി ഇതൊക്കെ ഇതാണ്. ഇനി താം, നാം ഒക്കെ ഇവിടെയാ. ഇത് വലന്തല എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് സാക്ഷാൽ ദേവിയുടെ ഭാഗമാണ്, അത് അമ്മയുടെ ഭാഗമാണ്. ഇടന്തല മഹാദേവന്റെ ശിവന്റെ ഭാഗമാണെന്നാ പറയാ. അപ്പൊ ആ വ്യത്യാസം ഇതിന് കാണാം. അമ്മയുടെ ഭാഗം വലന്തല എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ അത് മൃദുലാണ്, ഈ ജീവൻ അതിന്റെ എല്ലാ ഇതും മർമ്മങ്ങളും മുഴുവൻ അവിടെയാ. മറ്റത് മഹാദേവന്റെ കഠോരായിട്ടുള്ള തന്നെയാ. അങ്ങനെ ഇത് തന്നെയാ, ഒറ്റ ശബ്ദമേ ഉള്ളൂ. അത് ചെവി പൊളിയും ചെയ്യും. ആ ചിറ്റിട്ട് കുട്ടിയാൽ ഇപ്പം കുട്ടി അങ്ങനെ കേൾക്കില്ല, മറ്റേ അങ്ങനെയല്ല. അങ്ങനെ വായിക്കുകയാണ് എന്നുവെച്ചാലും ആ അതിന്റെ ആ സുഖം അധികം ഇതിനേക്കാളും. ഇതേ
As the notes and tonal variations of the Madalam are complex and subtle, so too is the very process of making the Madalam itself. It's not an easy task. It demands precision, exactitude, and hard work on the part of the skilled craftsman in order to obtain the desired result. There are several parts to a Madalam. A cylindrical drum made out of jackwood called a kutti forms the basic body. The key parts of the Madalam are the vattams, or the two rings on the drum face. The vattam contains the kuttu vattam or ulvattam, which is the inner ring on which the drummer's hand falls, and the puravattam, the outer ring. Outside the puravattam is the mudra, where leather threads are woven in order to hold the whole vattam in place. The number of leather pieces in the puravattam changes depending on the size of the kutti. Normally, the puravattam of the edandala has 2 leather pieces and the puravattam of the valandala has 5. The first step in the making of the Madalam is to give the kutti its basic shape. Then, the leather pieces for the puravattam are placed in position. After this, both vattams are joined using vars in a zigzag manner. After joining the vattam, a mixture of boiled rice and charcoal is applied on the left hand side, after which the craftsman carefully corrects the Madalam stone. While the curing and the seasoning of the leather and the wood takes about 1.5 months, the actual work on the Madalam takes not less than 12 days. A new Madalam costs 11,000 rupees. One has to undergo years of strenuous training to become a proficient Madalam player. The training starts from the basics of creating tone and rhythm. And for this, a unique instrument called Padapalaga or Shravana Palaga, made out of jackwood, is used.
ഒരു കുട്ടി മദ്ദളം പഠിക്കാൻ വരുമ്പം ആദ്യമായിട്ട് ചിന്തിക്കേണ്ടത് ആരുടെയാണോ പഠിക്കാൻ പോകണമെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ ആ ഗുരുനാഥൻ എത്രത്തോളം പ്രാപ്തനാണ്, പഠിപ്പിക്കാൻ പ്രാപ്തനാണോ, എനിക്ക് ആവശ്യമുള്ളത് തരാൻ പഠിപ്പിക്കാനുള്ള പ്രാപ്തനാണോ എന്ന് അറിയണം. അതിനുശേഷം അങ്ങനെ ഒരു ഗുരുനാഥനെ നല്ലൊരു ഗുരുനാഥനെ കണ്ടെത്തുക. കണ്ടെത്തിന് ശേഷം എന്താ പിന്നെ ദക്ഷിണ വെച്ച് തുടങ്ങുക.
The student starts his training with the Ganapati Kai, the first rhythmic exercise.
5 പാടക്കൈകളാണ് ഉള്ളത്. ഒന്ന് താ, തീ, തോം, നാം. ഇതാണ് ആദ്യത്തെ പാടക്കൈ. മൃദംഗത്തിനും ഇത് തന്നെയാണ്. പിന്നെ ഈ ശബ്ദം ഈ താ, തീ, തോം, നാം എന്താ അങ്ങനെ വന്നേന്ന് ചോദിച്ചാൽ അതിനും പുരാണത്തിൽ പറയുന്നുണ്ട്. എന്താന്ന് ചോദിച്ചാൽ മഹാദേവന്റെ ആ നൃത്ത സമയത്ത് അദ്ദേഹത്തിൻ്റെ കാലിലെ ചേലമ്പ് ഊരി മേലോട്ട് തെറിച്ചു. തെറിച്ചപ്പോൾ അത് താഴേക്ക് വീണാൽ അത് താങ്ങാനുള്ള ശക്തി ഭൂമിക്കില്ല. അത് അദ്ദേഹത്തിന് മനസ്സിലായതുകൊണ്ട് അദ്ദേഹം എന്ത് ചെയ്തു വെച്ചാൽ ആ ചേലമ്പ് സ്വന്തം തലയിലും തോളിലും കാലിൻ്റെ മുട്ടിലും പിന്നെ നിലത്തും അങ്ങനെ ശക്തി കുറച്ച് താഴത്തേക്ക് വീഴ്ത്തി. ആ വീഴുന്ന അപ്പോൾ ഉണ്ടായ ശബ്ദമാണത്രേ ഈ ത തി തോം നാം. ഇതാണത്രേ ആദ്യത്തെ ശബ്ദം, താളശബ്ദം. പിന്നെ രണ്ടാമത്തെ പാടക്കൈ ത ത തി തി തോം തോം നാം നാം. ഇതാണ്. ഇത് ഒരു ഭാഗത്ത് തന്നെ 2 കൈ വീതം കൂട്ടി ശീലിക്കുക. ഇപ്പോൾ തരി എന്ന് പറയുമ്പം തത എന്നൊക്കെ പറയുമ്പോൾ ഒരു ഭാഗത്തിന് 2 കൈ വീഴും. അങ്ങനെ കൊട്ടി ശീലിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടാണ് രണ്ടാമത്തെ പാടക്കൈ സാധകം ചെയ്ത് കയ്യിൽ വരുത്തേണ്ടത്. അതാണ് ത ത തി തി തോം തോം നാം നാം. പിന്നെ മൂന്നാമത്തെ പാടക്കൈയാണ്. അതെന്തിനാ വെച്ചാൽ 2 കൈയും ഒപ്പം കുട്ടി ശീലിക്കണം, ഒരേ നിമിഷത്തിൽ വീഴണം. അതായത് ഇപ്പം കുട്ടി വെച്ചാൽ ഇപ്പം ധീം 2 കൈ ഒപ്പാവുന്ന ഒറ്റ ശബ്ദമാവണം. നേരെ കുറച്ച് നേയാൽ പ്രാന്നായാൽ പോവും, സംഗതി മാറും. ധീ എന്നുള്ള ബ്രഹ്മാവും. അതിന് 2 കൈയും ഒപ്പം വീഴ്ത്തി കുട്ടി ശീലിക്കാനുള്ളതാണ് മൂന്നാമത്തെ പാടക്കൈ. അത് ഇതാ ധീ കിണ്ണ ധീ കിണ്ണ ധീ 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 കിണ്ണ ധീ കിണ്ണ ധീം. പിന്നെ നാലാമത്തെ മദ്ദള വിഷയത്തിൽ ധിമൃത എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞൊരു വായ്ത്താരി സർവ്വസാധാരണ. ഇനി കഥകളിക്കൂട്ടിലായാലും ശരി, പഞ്ചവാദ്യത്തിലായാലും ശരി, കേളിയിലായാലും ശരി, ഏതിലായാലും ധിമൃത ഇഷ്ടം പോലെ ഉണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ ധിമൃത വരണമെച്ചാൽ ധീ താക്ക് താ ധീ താക്ക് താ കിണ്ണ ധീം താക്ക് താ ധീം താക്ക് താ കിണ്ണ. ഇതാണ് നാലാമത്തെ പാടക്കൈ. അത് ധിമൃത കയ്യിൽ വരാനാ. എങ്ങനെ വെച്ചാൽ ധീ താ ക് താ. അപ്പോൾ വലന്തരയുടെ മുകളിൽ പൊത്തിയിട്ട് വന്നു, താന്ന് ഇടന്തരയുടെ മുകളിൽ വന്നു, കീന്ന് വക്കത്ത് വന്നു, ആദ്യം ഇടന്തരയുടെ മുകളിൽ വലത്തേക്ക് കൊണ്ട് വന്നു. ധീ 4 അക്ഷരം ധീ താ ക താ. അത് മുറിയാലോ? അത് മുറുകിയിട്ടാണ് ധിമൃത വരിക. ദിത്ത കഥ എന്നുള്ള അതേ സാധനം തന്നെയാണ് മുറുകുമ്പം ധിമൃതയായി മാറുന്നത്. അതായതാ എന്നുള്ളത് അത് ധിമൃത ആയി മാറുന്നത്. അതാ അത് ധിമൃത കിട്ടാൻ വേണ്ടി വരാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടാണ് നാലാമത്തെ പാടക്കൈ സാധകം ചെയ്ത് പഠിക്കണം.
ധി താകാത ധി താകാത കിണ്ണ ധീം താകാത ധീം താകാത കിണ്ണ.
പിന്നെ അഞ്ചാമത്തെ പാടക്കൈ അത് താ കേണ കീട്ട താക്ക് താ താ കേണ കീട്ട താക്ക്. അതെന്തിനാന്ന് ചോദിച്ചാൽ ഈ വിരല് മറയൽ സാധാരണ പണ്ട് വിരൽ മറന്നതിനൊക്കെ അധികം കുഴ മറഞ്ഞിട്ട് ഒന്നും പണ്ടൊക്കെ പഠിച്ചിരുന്നത്. ഇപ്പം കണ്ടമാനം ഈ വിരൽ മറഞ്ഞുള്ള പ്രയോഗം അധികം. അപ്പം ഈ വിരൽ മറഞ്ഞ് ശീലിക്കാൻ താ തക്കെണ്ണ കിട്ട തക്ക് തരിക്കെണ്ണ കിട്ട തക്ക് തക്കണ കിടത്തക്ക് തരിക്കണ കിടത്തക്ക് തെക്കണ കിടത്തക്ക് തരിക്കണ കിടത്തക്ക് തക്കണ കിടത്തക്ക് തരിക്കണ കിടത്തക്ക് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ വിരൽ മറന്നു തന്നെ പറ്റും. അത് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ പിന്നെ കേളി ആണ് പഠിപ്പിക്കുക. മദ്ദളത്തിൻ്റെതായിട്ട് സ്വന്തമായിട്ട് വല്ലതും ചെയ്യാനുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അത് മദ്ദള കേളിയാണ്.
The Maddala Keli, a temple percussion concert of Kerala, is performed after the Deeparadhana, the major evening puja done to the accompaniment of lighted lamps. The Maddala Keli is part of the ritual called Vilakkajaram and is performed by one or more Maddalam players to the accompaniment of the Ilathalam. When the number of Maddalams total 5, it is called the Pancha Maddala Keli.
അതിൻ്റെ രൂപം എന്താണെന്ന് ചോദിച്ചാൽ, ശരിക്കു പറഞ്ഞാൽ മഹാദേവനെ പാദാദികേശം എങ്ങനെയാണെന്നോ കാണണം, ആ ഛായ തോന്നും അതിൻ്റെ ക്രമീകരണം കണ്ടാൽ.
Keli starts with Mukham, a prelude that explicates the characteristics of the rhythm to be performed. The key part of the Keli is the Padikalam, the first stage, which starts slowly in gradually extending rhythmic cycles in a slow tempo. In the second stage, Murugiya Chembakura, a different rhythm of 10 beat cycles, is played. The next stage is the 6-beat cycle Murugiya Panjari Kura. This is followed by the 14-beat cycle Murugiya Adanda Kura. The Edanila marks the end of the recital of the Kura. The Edanila is followed by the Edavattam, which marks the beginning of the Egathala, which gradually gains in tempo till it reaches its peak. The Panchavadyam is the most prominent rhythm orchestra played at the temple festivals of Kerala. The Panchavadyam orchestra is an ensemble of 5 instruments comprising the Timila, the Maddalam, the Edakya, the Ilathalam and the Komba. There are clear traditional regulations that determine the composition of the ensemble and the relative numbers of instruments and artists.
മദ്ദളത്തിൻ്റെ ഇരട്ടിയിൽ ഒന്നധികം തിമല, അങ്ങനെയാണ് കണക്ക്. പിന്നെ എത്ര തിമലയുണ്ടോ അത്രയും താളം, അത്രയും കൊമ്പ്. ഇടക്ക 1 or 2 ആവാം. വലിയ പിന്നെ 7 മദ്ദളവും ഒക്കെയുള്ള 2 ഇടക്ക പതിവുണ്ട്.
There are major and minor groups performing the Panchavadyam, with the smallest group comprising of a minimum of 11 artists. The performers usually stand in 4 rows. The Timila player, who leads the ensemble, is at the center of his group of instrumentalists. Behind him line up the Ilathalam players. Opposite the Timila players stand the Maddalam players, behind whom are the Kombo players. The Idakya players stand at both ends of the lines of the Timila and the Maddalam players. The Panchavadyam starts with the blowing of the conch 3 times, symbolizing the holy syllable Om. The Panchavadyam is based on the 14-beat Adanda Talam and it has 5 stages or kalams. Starting from Padikalam, which is a very slow tempo of 440 to 124 beats. And then on to the 3rd stage with 112 beats. The 4th stage comprises 56 beats, while the final 5th stage has 28 beats. Apart from the composed part, there is space for improvisation for the Thimila, the Madalam and the Edakya players. More importantly, the Kerala orchestral forms have no conductors as in Western orchestras. The artists communicate through their eyes and gestures. The Madalam has come to be a major component in the performance of classical art forms such as Kathakali. The versatile blend of thala and nada, rhythm and tone contributes greatly to the movements and expressions of the performer.
പിന്നെ കഥകളിയിൽ സാധാരണയുള്ളത് ചെമ്പട, ചെമ്പ, അടന്ത, പഞ്ചാരി ഈ 4 താളത്തിലുള്ള കലാശങ്ങളും ഇതൊക്കെ. പിന്നെ അതിൻ്റെ അടന്തയുടെ വകഭേദം മുറിയടന്ത, ത്രിപട അതൊക്കെ ഉണ്ട്. എങ്കിലും ഈ 4 താളത്തിനുള്ളിലുള്ളത് മാത്രമേ കഥകളി വിഷയത്തിൽ താളങ്ങളുള്ളൂ.
Even though the tala structure remains the same for all the bhavas or emotions, it's the Madalam artist's talent that enriches the bhavas being enacted by the artist. Since the Kathakali artist conveys the story through Angiga Abhinaya, acting with the body, and not through Vajiga Abhinaya or verbal histrionics, the Madalam plays a vital role in aiding the actor to communicate the bhavas to the spectators. Apart from this, there is ample space in which the Madalam artist can freely improvise. The range of the Madalam has changed through time. Today, it can produce minute sounds of nature such as the drone of a black beetle, as also the sound of the veena or the galloping of a horse. Earlier, Panchavadyam, Keli and Kathakali were limited largely to temples, royal palaces and houses of the landed gentry. Today, it has broken free of such cloistered spaces and reached the wider outside world. No matter where it is played, the unique sound of the Madalam fascinates, enticing the listener into a timeless enchantment of rhythm and sound.
Hello and welcome back to this session on radio frequency identification in libraries. RFID, radio frequency identification, use radio waves to identify an object by transmitting a stored code from a chip to a reader. It has a combination of radio frequency and microchip technology for automatic identification and data capture. It does not require line of sight contact and it can be used anywhere that needed a unique identification. It is using an alternative to the barcode technology and it can identify several objects at the same time. RFID technology had its origin in military applications during the Second World War. It was also used for radio tracking of wild and agricultural animals. RFID technology is currently using many applications related industries such as transportation and distribution, manufacturing and processing, security and law enforcement. A number of large companies provide RFID technology solutions such as SAP, Oracle, IBM, Microsoft, Hewlett-Packard and Sun Microsystems. RFID has been around libraries for more than 2 decades. Libraries began using this technology for document identification, for self-checkout, for anti-theft control, for inventory control and for sorting of library documents in the late 1990s. It is an emerging, more effective, convenient and cost-efficient technology in library automation and security. Several libraries around the world, especially in US, UK, Canada and Singapore are using this technology for library functions. The vast majority of these libraries are positive about their RFID investment and its benefits. RFID technology was considered as one of the most influenced innovations in information and communication technology. It is often implemented as part of a major refurbishment of libraries. Components of RFID. An RFID system has 3 primary components. 1. RFID tags, which houses a unique ID number. 2. RFID readers or sensors that provides power to the tags. And 3. Server or docking station. RFID tags. RFID tags consist of an antenna and an integrated circuit. The integrated circuit has memory and processing capability. The memory may be read-only or read or write. The antenna is the physical interface for the RF to be received and transmitted. Its construction varies depending on the tag itself and the frequency it operates on. Low-frequency tags often use coils of wires, whereas high-frequency tags are usually printed with conducting inks. A tag responds to a signal from the reader, which in turn sends a signal to the server. Tags can be active, passive or semi-active and have a variety of shapes and sizes. Active tags contain their own power source and are comparatively larger and more expensive than the passive tags. Passive tags get power from the radio signals sent by the readers and are comparatively cheaper than the active tags. RFID readers. RFID readers are used to detect and read information contained in the tags. It is composed of a radio frequency module, a control unit and an antenna. It powers antenna to generate a radio frequency field. When a RFID tag passes through the field, the information stored in the tag is decoded by the reader and sent to the server. Readers can be portable using handheld devices, or it can be placed in different locations to read the tags within the interrogation zone. Libraries can use different types of readers in different places, like in the circulation counter for charging and discharging of library documents, in the self-charging stations and book drops to charge and discharge library documents for users, in the exit of the library to read the status of library material, whether it is charged or discharged, and in the portable devices used for shelf rectification and stock verification. Server. The server acts as a communication gateway among the various components of an RFID system. It has an application programming interface and transaction database. The data collected by the RFID reader will be sent to the server, which processes the data. The processed data will be sent to the backend databases so that reports can be generated. Application of RFID in libraries. RFID enables libraries with more effective way of managing their collections while providing value-added services to their users. The technology works through flexible, paper-thin smart labels, which allows it to be placed inconspicuously on the inside cover of each document in a library's collection. The tag stores vital bibliographic data including a unique accession number to identify each document. Line of sight contact is not essential for reading the tags with the scanner, therefore the documents require much less human handling to be read and processed. The information contained on microchips in the tags affixed to the document is read using radio frequency technology regardless of item orientation or alignment. The application of RFID will increase the efficiency of libraries. It can relieve library professionals from routine and repetitive works and operational tasks. It can keep track of the user history, the life cycle of a document, and enables to keep better inventory and security control in libraries. The RFID library system consists of several components. Following are the major areas where an RFID system can be applied in a library or information center. RFID charging discharging station. RFID can be used for charging and discharging of documents. This facility will allow users to borrow, return and renew documents. Users can charge and discharge documents through the user self-service charging discharging stations. This facility will relieve library professionals from routine and repetitive library works and allow them to spend more time for value-added personalized information services to their users. Charging discharging stations come in a wide variety of shapes and sizes. Operation is straightforward. Typically, borrowers present their identification to the unit. This might be another RFID enabled card, a barcode or some other technology. Depending on library policy, they may be required to enter a PIN code or password. Documents read and passed for checking to the Library Management System LMS. The LMS returned its decision to the Self-Service Unit or SSU. Any documents that may not be loaned will be advised on screen. Security data is written to the tags to allow or deny them to pass the security gates. A receipt may optionally be printed. Instructions and help are usually displayed on a touch screen which may be configured to suit individual library requirements. Documents may be returned in a similar way, but in most cases a borrower card is not required for a return. The operation is even simpler than issue. Borrowers place documents on the reading table. Documents are checked by the exchange of SIP messages with the LMS. Borrowers place return documents in bins or on shelves as instructed by the unit. A receipt may optionally be printed. The system indicates that the document's tag has been read and recognized. This can be done by using a beep, a light or a message on the display. Anti-theft gate. RFID provides improved security in libraries. It has an advanced security component that may alert library staff when documents are removed from the library without authorization. Libraries can use anti-theft gate to detect RFID tags. It can detect tags within 1 meter range. It can use alarm for sound and flashing lights for detecting tags. It can also trigger a camera to record users who trigger the alarm. RFID self-membership registration station. RFID can also be used to allow users to register and collect library membership cards through a self-membership registration station. This facility can also be used for the replacement of lost cards. It enhances higher and faster enrollment process, generating more library loan and return transaction from users. Stock verification and shelf rectification. Library staff can use portable handheld readers for electronic inventorying by passing them rapidly along the shelves to read all the documents. There is no need of handling each document individually. They can report the lost, hidden or unordered documents more easily using these portable readers. RFID circulation and grouping station. This facility will make the backroom processing of the RFID system more simple, productive and efficient, allowing better management and lesser manpower in item processing. It can be used for tag issuing, sorting, auto weak tag recovery, etc. RFID admin station. This station can be used to control and monitor the status of the different modules of an RFID system like RFID charging, discharging station, anti-theft gate, RFID circulation and grouping station and RFID self-membership registration station. It can also provide transaction log, error log, alarm log and maintenance log for auditing purposes. Reports can be generated from such log data very easily. Implementation of RFID. The methodology for implementation of RFID system can be divided into many phases, taking into consideration of budget provision, the types of document holdings, number of volumes, types of documents meant for circulation and the number and types of library members. Care should be taken to integrate with the library management system while detailed tender specifications are drawn. While evaluating the tender, the past experience of firm supplying the equipments, tags, readers and software should be thoroughly investigated. The fixing of tags to documents can be initially outsourced, then in-house arrangement can be done after proper training. Until sufficient confidence is gained with the system, old system in practice can be continued. Retrospective conversion. Retrospective conversion of existing barcoded library documents, including affixing the tags to library documents, takes 15 to 30 seconds per document depending on the amount of information added to the tag and the skill of the person doing the tagging. Pre-programmed tags, which are used for new acquisitions in libraries that want only identification numbers on the tags, take even less time because they do not involve scanning existing barcodes. The speed of conversion can be increased by dividing responsibility for removing and replacing library documents, converting the barcodes and inserting the tags among at least 3 people. RFID standards. RFID standards are specifications for all RFID products which provide guidelines about how RFID systems work, what frequencies they operate at, how data is transferred and how communication works between the reader and the tag. The relevant RFID standards for libraries are ISO 15693, ISO 1800003, SIP2 and ISO 28560. ISO 15693, an international standard, defines the physical characteristics, air interface and communication protocol for RFID tags. Almost all RFID products, including all those used for library RFID applications, conform to this standard. Compliance to ISO 1800003, an international standard, means that a read write passive tag operates at 13.56 megahertz but limited to a range of 24 inches. All library RFID tags conform to this standard. SIP2 Standard Interchange Protocol is the de facto standard developed by 3M that makes it possible for a patron self-charging station or RFID system to communicate with an integrated library system. It makes it possible to verify that user is a valid borrower and has not exceeded any of the library defined limits on borrowing. ISO 28560, a three-part international standard that was published in the second quarter of 2011, is essential to interoperability among RFID systems. The standard spells out the format for library RFID tags. Advantages of RFID. RFID technology has many advantages. As far as a library or information center is concerned, it will increase the speed of charging and discharging of documents. RFID tags can detect and read much faster, and it can read several documents at the same time. Library users can charge several documents simultaneously using self-charging stations and return documents in the book drops, making circulation faster and easier. Library staff can relieve from repetitive and clerical tasks, and they can concentrate on more demanding personalized information services. A unique advantage of RFID systems is their ability to scan documents on the shelves without tipping them out or removing them. Another advantage of RFID technology is automated materials handling. RFID can sort documents by category into separate bins or onto separate carts automatically, and library staff can shelve documents very easily. RFID tags have greater storage capacity and can hold large amount of information about a document. It can be used for status control as well as for security checks. It can be placed anywhere in the document since it does not need a line of sight contact. Security is a major concern in an electronic environment. RFID will provide improved security without staff intervention. Its tag have an advanced security bit, and it will detect uncharged documents while passing through the security gate. The tags have an interface between the readers in the exit and the circulation system to detect and identify items moving through the exit. The same tag can be used for detecting materials and also for security. Disadvantages of RFID. RFID technology has few drawbacks. As far as the libraries in developing countries like India is concerned, cost is a major concern. Implementation and maintenance cost of an RFID based library automated system is higher than a barcode based library management system. For implementing and maintaining RFID system, a substantial amount is needed. But recent advancement in hardware and software have boosted the potential of this technology, and shortly libraries are going to implement RFID technology for their functions. Another drawback is that the radio waves cannot pass through metal and liquid at certain frequencies. Read and write ranges are also affected by the presence of metal and liquids. Tags can also be susceptible to the electromagnetic interference from computer equipment, lighting fixtures, etc. The tags on documents could constitute an invasion of privacy in that they could theoretically enable to monitor the kind of documents read by library users. There can be environmental problems in that Radio waves can be absorbed by moisture in the document. But this is not a major drawback, that RFID is far better than the barcode technology. Lack of standard is another disadvantage of RFID. This may be due to the limited use of RFID technology. A uniform standard is necessary to bring interoperability to libraries using RFID. This condition may change and RFID readers can read any tags. It is also possible to compromise an RFID system by placing two items against one another to cancel out the signals. Innovations in information and communication technology have stimulated and facilitated improved information handling. RFID technology is an emerging, more effective, convenient and cost-efficient technology in library automation and security. It will change the electronic environment of libraries. It will provide improved speed and ease of use in document handling. It will increase the productivity and library staffs can concentrate on more productive and personalized information services. Library professionals will need to address a number of operational and strategic issues and challenges before they can fully utilize the benefits of RFID-based library management system. They should try to develop a common standard for RFID for its successful use. Now, let us try to answer the following questions. What is RFID? How does RFID work? How do libraries use RFID? Discuss the advantages of RFID in libraries. References: Radio Frequency Identification in the UK, Opportunities and Challenges by Johns Peter, Clerk Hill, Colin, Shears Peter, Comfort, Daphne and Hillier, David, 2004 in International Journal of Retail and Distribution Management. RFID Technology, Recent Development and Future Requirements by Karen Christian, 1999 in Proceedings of the European Conference on Circuit Theory and Design. Radio Frequency Identification for Security and Media Circulation in Libraries. Karen Christian, 2005, The Electronic Library. Information Systems and Healthcare 2. Back to the Future with RFID, Lessons Learned, Some Old, Some New by Jans BD, Pitts MG and Ortondo RF, 2005 in Communications of the Association for Information Systems. Hope the session was useful for you. See you next time. Until then, goodbye.
I am happy to welcome all of you to this interface program. Today we have with us Dr. Jan Rod, His Excellency Consul General of Germany. Hello.
Hello, Professor Bashir.
Higher Education of India. We would like to collaborate with the foreign universities. With regard to that, in which way German universities or higher education institutions of Germany can collaborate with us?
Professor Bashir, I am first happy to be here, and as you know, the German Consulate General is based in Bangalore. We are in Bangalore for now 4 years, and we have basically two priorities. One is trade promotion, and the other is to increase cooperation between Germany and India in higher education. Because South India especially is a center of higher education in India. You have many prestigious universities and institutes, and I have to say, in the last 4 years, the number of agreements between German and Karnataka and Kerala institutions of higher education has increased to almost 75 MOUs between Kerala, Karnataka universities and German ones. The young researchers, wonderful possibilities to do research here, and I also want to increase the possibilities for German researchers to come to India.
As a person who is looking outside India, the activities in higher education going on in India, you might have a good opinion about IITs and IIMs.
Yeah.
But what is your opinion about the Indian universities, about the standard of Indian universities?
You know, India has, like Germany, a vast landscape of universities. But in Germany, 95% of universities are public. So, in a way, we are on the one hand very similar. Your public universities have a very high standard, because through the University Grants Commission, you know, same standard is guaranteed all over the country. Of course, it varies from faculty to faculty. But I have to say, whenever I visit public universities in Karnataka or in Kerala, the standard is fairly high, and German universities are looking to increase contact, and it's fairly easy, but it's the task of the universities themselves. German universities are very autonomous, and we from the consulate only can facilitate this partnership, prospective partnership, and we have the means, because we have a science advisor whose sole responsibility is to facilitate contacts. But we also have the German Academic Exchange Service, has an office within the consulate.
In which way we can make tie-ups? In the form of sending students from India to Germany, or in the form of sending teachers from India to Germany, teachers or professors from Germany to India? In which way we can make tie-ups?
I think, we are here today first to entice students to pursue a PhD or a master's in Germany. This is one possibility. But you are asking about a two-way street, and I think this is the main, and this is a sustainable way of cooperation. So I think that the best way forward is if single faculties who have a special interest, who have identified German universities who are strong in this or that field, that they establish contact, and we can help you to establish contact. For example, in botany, there are several German universities which are very strong in this field, and if one of your faculty professors, deans, is interested to contact a German university, we can help you to contact this university first, and then the two have to go further. So we are mainly facilitators, and then it's very easy. There are grants available, you know, by the German Academic Exchange Service to do that, and 75 partnerships already between Kerala, Karnataka universities speak how it works. As I said, you know, Kannur University, Kerala University, they have already tie-ups.
Have you got any plan for spreading German language here? Will you send any resource persons for teaching German language here? Will it be beneficial to students of India if they study German language?
First let me say a word about Indian students in general and their ability to be proficient in several languages. All the Indians I meet, even in my office at the consulate, speak 4 or 5 languages. So language number 5 or 6 is no problem. And the Goethe Institute in Bangalore, or the Goethe Center in Trivandrum, and now in Kochi, they offer German language courses. We have interest by Kerala universities to teach German, to approach Dr. Syed Ibrahim, the head of the Goethe Center in Trivandrum and Kochi, to see out the possibility to establish a German language course. But I have to say, the number of Indian students in Germany at the moment is rising every year by 25%. There are two reasons for that. First, the most master's courses or a PhD are you can do completely in English, so you don't have to speak German. The second reason is there's no tuition fees in German universities.
Yeah.
So the education is tuition free, also for foreigners. Both factors combined have led to an increase, and maybe a third factor is that Germany has a low birth rate. We need talent, and that's why we promote Indians to study in Germany. We have a shortage of engineers and scientists, and Indians are increasingly responsive to that.
Yeah. Then regarding tuition fees, you are very generous. You are not levying any tuition fee. But what about the study expenses there? How can our Indian students meet their expenses for studies, their stay and food and other things?
Yeah.
Do you give any fellowship for them?
So, since we don't charge tuition fees, the number of scholarships, there is a number of scholarships, but when you don't charge fees, you don't need to, give a scholarship to cover the fees. You have living expenses. They are about 700 euros, which is about $780 per month. But every student, whether German or Indian, can work part-time during his studies. And after graduation, let's say you do a master's or a PhD in Germany, every student is free to look for work 18 months. So it's very easy to get work permits, and we see the trend that a lot of Indian students, when they graduate, stay for some years in Germany before they might return to India or another country. So I would say it's a very cost-effective option, because our labor market situation is at the moment very good, especially when it comes for engineering and science students.
What is your opinion about the Indian students? How do they excel there when they reach for higher studies in Germany? What about the standard of studying? Are they studious in studies?
Yes, I mean, the number of Indian students is rising, and I have seen statistics that 90% finish successfully, over 95% the master's studies successfully. Of course, the universities also have a look at their marks. Students who are not, let's say, whose marks are not sufficient, then for them, is, of course, like everywhere in the world, it's difficult to be accepted. But basically, Indian students are very successful, and he is not an Indian, but he's of Indian descent. The president of the German Universities Federation, his name is Professor Mukherjee, he's of Indian descent. So the number of Indians having higher positions in Germany is increasing. The new mayor of our former capital, Bonn, is also of Indian descent. The number of Indians in Germany is at the moment rising from a small base, but also the people who work permanently there.
Have you got the statistics of the students who completed the studies there and they are working there? What is their preference? Do they prefer to remain in Germany, or do they like to come back to India?
Generally, we see a growing trend of people that they, after graduation, stay. But that doesn't mean, as I said at the beginning, Indian students are highly mobile. If you have a master's or a PhD, let's say in engineering, you might work for some years at, let's say, BMW, Mercedes, or at one of the other well-known manufacturing companies. And then, often, these people return to India to work at a German subsidiary here, whether it's in Pune, in Bangalore, in Chennai. And we see this trend because the German companies, they are looking for talent, and a lot of the German majors in India are increasing their manpower by a lot. And if Indians who have lived in Germany, they know both cultures. They are ideal let's say, liaison between both cultures, and they are the perfect, let's say, recruits for these companies. So I know a lot of Indians in Bangalore who have studied in Germany, worked there for some years, come back to Bangalore or going to Pune.
The new trend is to mold the students of higher education who are able to employ as per the need of the industry. The industry decides which kind of products should come out of the higher education institutions. Keeping this in mind, in what recommendation you can give for the higher education institutions of India to make the higher education students of India able to work in the industries in Germany?
I mean, let me say first a very general remark. I believe in the freedom of choice. So first, you should study what you want. And when you study what you want, where your interests lie, you will excel, because there's your passion. You should not study because of employment, prospective employment. You know, if you study what you want, you are good in it. I believe it myself. And the advantage...
But the problem is that now there are many people with good certificates, but they are not employable in the space. Yeah. And industry need many skilled persons. Yeah. Such kind of persons are not available in the market, job market.
Yes, you have touched a point here. And I would argue that is one of the reasons why the German education system is attractive. Because you take engineering or you take science studies. The German system is very practically oriented. There is no German engineering student who hasn't done at least 3 internships. So, you know, we have this dual education system or vocational training system for the technical stuff. So when you become a plumber or an electrician or a nurse, everything has a 3-year training, and 70% of the training takes place in the company. For an engineering student, even in the first semester, he has to do an internship as a company. So when a German engineering student leaves the university, he knows industrial reality. He is readily employable, and sometimes there's a challenge at Indian universities that the engineering graduates are finishing, but they have never seen a factory from inside. So we have here a very strong, I would say, selling point, and German companies in India often tell me we need half a year or 3/4 of the year to make the person who is very bright employable. And a German graduate, of course, needs also to be trained for the needs of the company, but it doesn't take a year or half a year. It takes 1 or 2 months. So here we are often in tie-ups. German universities help Indian universities to make the studies more practical, or to find companies where the students can pursue internships.
Okay. As a developing country, what is your opinion about India? In which kind of research we have to concentrate here in India?
You know, that's a difficult question. Is research only should it fulfill the short-term needs? I believe you need both. You need fundamental research without a short-term outlook, because sometimes you don't know where your research leads to, but you also need applied research. So I would argue in Germany we follow both. You have the fundamental research, Max Planck institutes, they are world-leading fundamental researchers. Then you have applied research at the Fraunhofer institutes. So there's a very strong connection of industry and academia. So take the head of the physics department at the University of Hamburg, for example. He might also be head of the Fraunhofer Institute for Material Sciences. In that capacity, he will be asked by Airbus to do research on this and that. So Fraunhofer has 23,000 scientists, among them 19,000 in Germany. So you need both. You need the fundamental research, which needs to be funded by government, and you need applied research. In Germany, 30% of research is funded by the government, but 70% is done by industry. So that is a traditional, let's say, setup, and then has proven very successful because I would argue in a lot of fields German research is top-notch.
Okay. Suppose if you plan to support India for a major research project, any one of the institutions in India, and which one will be opted by you?
You know, it would never be, let's say, selected, of course, by a German consulate. It is always an Indian. We have a lot of Indian research institutes, or universities, who have tie-ups with German universities, and then they apply for grants with the German Research Council. They have an office in Delhi through the EU. And I think it always depends on the faculties how they formulate their requests. And the numbers of research projects from India is actually growing. And in Bangalore, I have more and more German researchers. Like as of this year, the German Academic Exchange Service will have a professor of polymer science based in Bangalore for 2 years. So the traditional, I would say, one-way street, Indians going abroad, is turning into a two-way street.
Okay.
Because the level of research, the quality, is very high in a lot of fields.
In which area you support research more? In science or in social science, language, or any other area? Which area do you prefer to give support, extend your support to Indian institutions?
I mean, there is but this comes from also from Indian institutions. There's a lot of focus on engineering and science, and I really want to underline that if you have good projects in humanities, social sciences, there are funds available. But 90% of all students from India are in the science or researchers and engineering fields. So from India, there seems to be a clear focus on these subjects. But, you know, if there is a research project Germany has a strong tradition in Sanskrit, for example. You know, we fund projects in Sanskrit. If the university where it comes from, you know, has a good project, I think there's no problem. And I think it's very important to keep an open mind and to be interdisciplinary often.
What about the preservation of manuscripts in India? What's your idea about that?
I was last year at the University of Kerala, where they have very old a library with a lot of Sanskrit Vedic inscriptions on palm leaves. And we were in preliminary talks to help preserve that. So the University of Calicut has a project where you need to preserve old scripts. We have funds for that. In my first posting in Jakarta, I helped, we had a big project with the university in Jakarta to preserve old scripts. So we are open to business for that. There are funds available.
And most of the Indian students are not aware of the facilities which are extended by the German people, German universities. And no doubt these deliberations will be helpful for the Indian students for pursuing their higher studies in Germany.
I mean, nowadays everybody is online, and I would entice all interested faculty students to visit the DAAD website, or if you put in studyingermany.de, then you find all the information about all the subjects, the universities to study there. You also find information about how to organize daily life, you know, and because, as I said at the beginning, we want foreign talent. Germany's only natural resource is its people. So we invest a lot in education, and we believe that education is our greatest asset. And we also want, in a global world, we want to cooperate, and that's why we need highly qualified students, and India has a lot of highly qualified talent.
We are happy to know that Indian students have possibilities there in Germany. But we as Indians, we wish that very majority of students will be able to go to Germany, and we want to bring foreign students here also, foreign students as well as foreign teachers. When they come here, the exposure will be open to all the students. So what is your opinion about sending your students and teachers to India?
I mean, I totally agree with you. The way forward is a two-way street, and as I said at the beginning, increasingly we witness that all these university agreements I mentioned, they all contain an element where German faculty or German students spend a semester or at least some months at Indian universities. But the main point is it should be because it should be organized on a faculty by faculty basis, because if you have, let's say, Arabic or botany faculty who has a tie-up with a German university, that's the best way, because they can really tailor-made a program, 5 months here and 5 months there. All the successful exchange agreements I have seen are between different departments of universities.
What is your opinion about promoting online courses, online programs through universities?
I mean, the way you teach is vastly changing, and also German universities are offering that venue. But whether this or that university is offering this, you should really check with the university itself. And as I said, if you visit the website Study in Germany, DE, you can see how far this specific institution has ventured into this area.
As a person working in India, as Consul General of India to Germany in India, you are talking about Indian collaboration with Germany. You would like to know German collaboration with the other countries, any other countries. Is there any collaboration?
Of course, Germany is a country in the center of Europe, and we have 9 neighbors. And of course, it's natural that most German universities, when they first had foreign collaboration, it was neighboring countries. And the EU has a program which is called Erasmus. So most German students spend, I would say 40% now, spend at least 1 year or half a year abroad during their studies. My own son, for example, he will go to France in the fall of this year. France is a big destination for German students. It has language reasons to learn the language, and is likewise for Indian universities. In India, the university language is English, so you have a traditional bond with English-speaking countries. But since German universities now offer English courses, especially on the master's level, thousands of different courses, that's why we see this vast increase. Also, we see the vast increase in cooperation. Also, the increase in interest by German universities. I think I would say the sky is the limit, and the numbers, the increase every year is very encouraging.
We are very happy to hear you. Thank you very much for your valuable advice.
Thank you, Professor Bashir.
Hello. The end of 19th century and the beginning of 20th century was dramatic both for the world of art and aesthetics. Psychoanalysis as a new practice for the understanding of human mind evolved during this period. The key figure of psychoanalysis is Sigmund Freud, the famous psychologist. Psychoanalysis is a form of hermeneutics. Hermeneutics, as you probably know, is the philosophical science of interpretation. It can be applied to understand the psychic process within an individual. Sigmund Freud successfully developed a method to interpret dreams and other manifestations of the mind through an analysis of the incidents and events a person has undergone through his life. This has wide-reaching influence also on the criticism and appreciation of a work of art. Freud divided human psyche into three regions: id, ego and superego. Id is the primordial part. It consists of the unconscious and the instinctive part of psyche. It is concerned with desire gratification and pleasure principle. Ego is the part which we know as I consciousness. It is the representative of the outer world to the id. Ego represents the reality principle. Superego is both conscious and unconscious. It consists of social restrictions, moral, religious ideas and so on. It holds two powerful instincts, eros and thanatos. Eros is the creative, generative, sexual energy. It is extremely strong that it evokes desires. But all desires cannot be gratified externally because of existing realities. Some has to be repressed. This repression sediments into the deeper unconscious as unfulfilled desires. The person normally would not be able to contain the energy of too many such repressions. So symbols are created by the unconscious and they surface during sleep as dreams. Another way for the suppressed desires to come out is as creative process. Writers and artists sublimate their energy of eros through their works of art. This is a positive way for the outflow of the energy. Otherwise, deeper suppression may result in neurosis or social aggression. Sublimation is the process through which the energy of repressed desires becomes utilizable by directing each impulse towards a higher end. To understand the deeper significance of the symbols as represented in a work of art and how it is received, one has to analyze the biography of the artist and the social context. This is known as the psychobiographic method. This is the reason why we study why Vincent van Gogh cut his own ears or Kandinsky studied theosophy. We study Van Gogh's letters to his brother Theo to understand the mental makeup of the artist better. Psychoanalysis has opened a way to understand the repressed contents an artwork may contain, which even the artist may not have been aware of. According to Freud, to interpret a dream, one must not just analyze the obvious content of it, but the process by which it is created. This process is known as the dream work. Dream work works through four processes. Condensation takes many ideas and condenses them into a single whole. Displacement replaces an image by another one which is of lesser psychical significance. Considerations of representability transforms thoughts into visual images. Secondary revision is the process which acts as an editor of different visuals and make a coherent narrative out of the dream. It discusses the fact that there are contradictions in the dream. The processes involved in the creation of an artwork is also the same. Any artistic creation is a compromise between the unconscious and conscious intent of its author. Carl Gustav Jung was another psychologist who made a lasting impression. Jungian method is known under the name analytical psychology. Jung observed a few shortcomings in Freud's psychoanalytical method. Primarily, Freud's theory was too rooted and focused on sexuality as the motivating force. Another issue he felt as a drawback was Freud's concept of unconscious, which he felt was negative. Unconscious was not an untapped reservoir of suppressed or hidden emotions as Freud made it to be. It can be a massive powerhouse of creativity. Jung gave much focus to mythology and to the study of archetypes. He put forward the theory of collective unconscious, and it Jung believed to be created out of certain psychic patterns. The content of this pattern include thoughts, memories which life experience evokes, and so on. To him, self is archetypal totality which controls the center of psyche itself. The aim of the self is unraveling the subconscious knowledge through individuation. This process happens when individual encounters the psyche, that is the mind, and surfaces the content to consciousness. One experiences unconscious mainly through symbols which come across in life through media like art, dreams, religion, relationship plays, and through various pursuits of life. Becoming aware of the unconscious knowledge as it surfaces, one makes it a part of conscious awareness. When psyche gets stuck due to blocked energy or thwarted adaptation, individual becomes neurotic and psychotic. Adaptation, projection, and compensation are the three main pillars of Jung's view on psychic ability. To go through individuation, the individual should be willing to be open to oneself. Another important personality who refashioned Freudian methodology was Jacques Lacan. He suggested that the unconscious structure is analogous to language. He also structured infantile development with pre-mirror, mirror, and post-mirror stages. Everything, including dreams, may be read as a system of signs. His theory of gaze is widely studied. Application of psychoanalysis in art. We will now look into the observations Freud and his successors made on the interpretation of artworks using psychoanalysis. Freud was aware that his psychoanalytical methods can be applied to the analysis of artworks. He says, "It is possible, therefore, that a work of art of this kind needs interpretation, and that until I have accomplished that interpretation, I cannot come to know why I have been so powerfully affected. I even venture to hope that the effect of the work will undergo no diminution after we have succeeded in thus analyzing it." The psychoanalytic approach applied for the analysis of an artwork requires a methodology. It was Freud himself who began developing it through his seminal works on Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo. The techniques of psychobiography was also applied to the study of artworks. Psychobiography is defined as a biography that analyzes the psychological makeup, character, or motivations of its subject. The methodology of psychobiography uses events in the life of the subject to analyze personality pattern, the frequency, primacy, and uniqueness of an event, identify metaphors or images in biographical narratives, and so on. This was pioneered by Freud in his study on Da Vinci. The psychoanalytic method of interpreting a work of art takes into account not only the creator but also the spectator. An artwork has the capacity to provoke the libido of the spectator and bring about a deep reaction. An analyst can use the emotions stirred inside himself while being exposed to a work of art to find the associations and unconscious desires. Thus, he can get a key to the unconscious of the artist or author himself. The Moses of Michelangelo is considered to be the first attempt to apply psychoanalytical method for the study of an artwork. Freud identified himself with the biblical Moses. Freud's study on Michelangelo was published under a false name. Carl Abraham, a disciple of Freud, employed psychoanalytic method to the study of Giovanni Segantini, a 19th century artist. He is considered to be one of the earliest scholars who applied psychoanalytic method to the study of an artist. The study was published in 1911. He believed that psychoanalysis can be applied to understand the mental processes other than those of neurosis. But his work on Giovanni Savantini focused more on the artist than the artwork. Hans Sachs was another analyst associated with Freud. He had artistic and literary gifts. He had a lifelong interest in the possibilities of applying the methods of psychoanalysis to humanities and culture. In 1913, he along with Otto Rank published the study Psychoanalysis and the Humanities. In this work, there is a chapter dedicated to the aesthetics and psychology of art. It is to be remembered here that Freud was also influenced by the scholars before him. Freud has adapted the method developed by Giovanni Morelli, a 19th century Italian art critic. Morelli developed a method by which he analyzed the unconscious traces left by an artist in an artwork to identify the artist. This was mainly used to determine whether a work is original or a fake. Morelli focused on the minor details of style which are unlikely to be noticed by imitators. Freud has referred Morelli in developing his method. Freud's Leonardo da Vinci and a memory of his childhood was the first psychoanalytic text to examine painting. Freud analyzed the formal elements in Mona Lisa and Saint Anne. Freud considers the seduced image of a smiling mother repressed but psychically potent and is present in the smile of Mona Lisa. He is of opinion that Da Vinci had mother fixation. Freud asserts that the smile is repeated on the faces of Saint Anne and Mary in Holy Family. The merging of forms of both female characters in the painting is interpreted to be a form of condensation. It must be mentioned here that psychoanalysis is not a foolproof method. It talks of a realm which nobody has clear-cut empirical evidence of. There had been sharp criticism against Freudian interpretation of art, especially his theory of Oedipus and Electra complex. He was also criticized for misinterpreting the image of a vulture appearing in an infantile dream of Leonardo da Vinci. Da Vinci wrote in one of his notebooks that he had a strange incident in his childhood. In the incident, a vulture flew in through the open window, sat on the cradle and tapped its tail on the mouth of him. Freud analyzed this event and asserted that Da Vinci had mother fixation and that he showed homosexual tendencies. To make this study, Freud was using a translation of the Da Vinci text, but the translation was flawed. The Italian word for kite was mistakenly translated as vulture in the book. We cannot say that it was psychoanalysis method which went wrong here. But one has to consider the fact that there is a possibility for error in the dream and other data available for analysis. Now let us move on to see how this theory of psych was adapted for the creation of artworks. Let us begin with the Surrealist movement. Surrealism is defined in the dictionary as pure psychic automatism by which one proposes to express either verbally, in writing or by any other manner the real functioning of thought. Dictation of thought in the absence of all control exercised by reason outside of all aesthetic and moral preoccupation. This statement is from the Surrealist Manifesto authored by André Breton in 1924. As you already know, a group of artists and writers grouped together to form the Surrealist group. André Breton was deeply influenced by the writing of Freud, especially by Interpretation of Dreams published in 1900. but even Breton was suspicious as to how visual artists will be able to create artworks without the effort of the conscious mind. Surrealist artists devised various innovative methods to overcome this difficulty. I will explain some of them here for you. I suggest that you also make experiments with these methods in your creative practice. Also be aware that some artists and academicians scorn these methods. Automatic painting is a surrealist method whereby an artist allows the drawing or painting tool to go about freely on the surface without any conscious restriction. The doodles resulting out of such an act will have unconscious associations. Emmrc and many surrealists employed this method to create artworks. Writers allowed anything that comes to mind to be wrote down. They have also devised games where one person would write something without any conscious notion, then pass the paper to another with the previous words hidden. The process will repeat and the resulting write-up is treated as creative work. Decalcomania was another technique employed especially by surrealists like Max Ernst. An artist thickly coats a smooth surface with paint and presses it against the canvas to print an image. The resulting forms may be modified by the artist to create emergence. Max Ernst created many haunting and beautiful works using this method. In Cubomania, a picture is cut to many pieces and then reassembled randomly. Frottage is another technique where a rubbing is taken from a surface. In grattage, paint is scraped off the canvas. Joan Miro used this method in many of his works. Most of the mentioned methods tend towards abstraction and pre-conscious. Dali claimed that he invented a process, the paranoid critical method. Paranoia is the fear that the self is being manipulated, targeted or controlled by others. The artist tries to invoke a paranoid state, thus deconstructing the psyche. Dali was criticized for pretentious and false claims and was eventually expelled from the surrealist group. He remains a very popular artist today because of the haunting dreamlike mood he evokes through his works and the distortion of space-time duo. Freudian ideas of sexuality, fantasy, desire were favorite theme for the surreal painters and sculptors. Painters like René Magritte and Paul Delvaux used elements of dream works like condensation and association to create artworks of dreamlike quality. The analytical psychology of Jung has its echo in the works of abstract expressionist group. The elemental subconscious surfaces in the works of Mark Rothko, Gottlieb, Newman and Jackson Pollock. Mark Rothko saw myths as something which will fill the spiritual void. Myth, according to Jung, had a dramatic simplicity expressed through archetypes. Now, before concluding our class, I will briefly introduce you to the psychobiographical analysis of one work. This is an image by Paul Gauguin, The Vision After the Sermon. This painting is Vision After the Sermon by Paul Gauguin, painted during 1888. The narrative tells the story of Jacob. It was taken from the Old Testament, book of Genesis. It tells the encounter Jacob had with the angel. In modern theology, Jacob's struggle with the angel is seen as an inner struggle of a Christian soul. Many French painters before Gauguin has painted this theme. Delacroix has painted a mural of Jacob wrestling with the angel in the church of Saint Sulpice, Paris in 1861. This work was painted while Gaghan was staying at Pont-Aven in Brittany, where he was invited by his friend Emil Bernard. It is here that he developed a relationship with the sister of Bernard and adapted the painting style of Bernard. Some psychoanalysts suggest that the girl sitting on the left side of the work is none other than the representation of this girl, and the priest figure on the right side is the portrayal of Gaghan himself. This work is considered to be the first masterwork by Gaghan using a macho style. This picture is analyzed to be symbolic of the inner conflict Gaghan underwent during this period. I suggest you read more about the artist, artwork, and how the viewers and critics reacted to the work to have a deeper understanding. Now it is time we conclude this class. Till our next class, bye.
Hello and welcome to the topic Evaluating and Improving Guidance. Effectiveness of guidance programs depend upon continuous and objective study of the quality of its procedures and goals. It is related to the conventional school testing and examination program, but the evaluation needs to be more extensive in design. Evaluation of the guidance program can be defined as the process of determining the value of the total guidance program, while measurement ascertains the quantity of a definable aspect of the program. This evaluation is concerned with both the purpose and process of guidance, and measurement with enumeration and analysis of quantifiable and qualitative data. Evaluation as an appraisal technique is concerned with change. It tries for an objective measurement of the changes that have taken place as a result of the implementation of a particular program. This measurement can be divided into 4 phases. 1. Determination of the changes which should take place. 2. Measurement of the changes that have taken place. 3. Assessment of the effectiveness or desirability of such changes. 4. Indication of new proposals for the enhancement of the particular area evaluated. These 4 phases are applicable to the entire program as they are applicable to the parts of the program. The real challenge involved in designing an evaluation program is to incorporate different aspects of the programs. It is easy to develop an evaluation program that assesses a particular intervention technique or approach. A holistic approach to guidance, which places it as a part of the educational programs, perceives the need to come up with a program that responds to all elements of a guidance program. Only such a program will be able to take into account the situational variables and specificity of the context into account. In fact, an important research problem lies in the very formulation of methods needed to approach the problem of evaluation. It needs significant amount of research to generate a comprehensive picture of an evaluation program which will take into account general education needs and specific tasks related to particular area. Understanding evaluation. The definition of evaluation gives a deceptively simple picture of the process. It defines evaluation as a process of measuring expected outcome as against the background of stated objectives. But the problem at hand is more complicated than it appears. The changes which have coincidentally or otherwise taken place as a result of a certain activity or activities serve as a basis for the measurement. To bring in more objectivity and clarity to the process and to avoid unnecessary wastage of money and effort of human personnel, it is always good to have mutually agreed upon objectives for the evaluation program. The team which is supposed to carry out evaluation can come up with objectives through brainstorming sessions. Such collective thinking is not enough to avoid controversies altogether. Given the problems and outlooks involved, such controversies are unavoidable and sometimes can contribute to productive crisis. Lack of consensus can also generate from the multiple and contending definitions used to understand guidance. For instance, in one school, guidance will be treated as testing program, in another as a program of discipline, and in yet another school it is means of outlining academic activity. Problems and perspectives also will be different from school to school and from area to area. In one school, the most pressing personnel problem would be dropouts, whereas in others it can be vocational guidance and placement. The policies and practices of the schools can also contribute to the differences between them. The above discussion shows the character of a guidance program can vary to a great extent. So it is always desirable to have a clear set of objectives to begin with the evaluation program. Objectives are meaningful only insofar as they help facilitate the evaluation program. These objectives, once set in place, shouldn't be altered to assure the process of objective evaluation. The objectives must be comprehensive enough to attend to the specificity and uniqueness of the guidance program, and at the same time should respond to the general impulses that guide the program. They should be able to reflect upon the cardinal functions of guidance. The cardinal functions of guidance involves 1. Understanding each pupil, 2. Preventing him from being overwhelmed by problems, 3. Providing such special help or services as may be required. Wolf and Wolf have suggested the criteria for evaluation as follows. 1. The extent to which pupil personal services are used by pupils, faculty and administration. 2. The quality of cooperation among pupil personal staff members and faculty and administration. 3. The professional growth of staff members in terms of training, recognition and membership in professional organizations. 4. demand for increased services by people's parents, teachers and community leaders. 5. Proper balance between facilitative guidance services and the main instructional program. 6. The extent to which the program has retained pupils, placed them in their optimum learning situation, increased their achievement, etc. The above suggestions of objectives and criteria as well as others of the same nature must precede any discussion of methods. They are in fact necessary since they explain what the guidance program is trying to accomplish and why. But setting up the criteria is only the first step of the process. It involves a number of other steps to make it in a form that is ready for implementation. The first one among them is the method of data collection. Throughout the school years, the pupil comes under appraisal and instruction. The agents of these appraisals vary from teacher to parent to guidance personnel, but all of their interventions are crucial in shaping the conduct of the student. So, there is an obvious difficulty involved in isolating the variable which influences each pupil. When we try to understand the classroom situation where multiple variables are in operation, this problem becomes acute. It is not easy to establish a simple cause and effect relation between one single variable and the behavior of the student. Another important issue, that of establishing the amount of lapsed time necessary for determining the influence of the guidance program upon the individual. To put it in other words, the effects of guidance will be apparent with the passage of time, and we have to keep long temporal frameworks to understand the effectiveness of it. Regular systemic follow-up is an important part of it. The records of these routine follow-up sessions must be kept clearly for the further access of the researcher. Another important factor concerned with the collection of data is related to the approach or procedure used. Three major procedures used involve survey, experimental cross-section and developmental method. The developmental method is the most laborious and most effective process to gather data on guidance program, and it involves observation of in students throughout their developmental stages. Researchers who have engaged with the existing literature critically have pointed out the fact that there exist many methods that can be employed in an evaluation program. They are broadly classified as follows. Follow-up. In this method, the researcher asks the group what happened then. Client opinion. In this method, the team is confronted with the question, what do you think? Expert opinion. In this method, further information on an observed phenomenon is elicited from the experts. Within group changes. This method helps to collect information on the introduction of a particular practice through asking questions about the before and after situation. Between the group changes, it helps to compare two groups with questions that try to understand the difference between the groups. These are some broad methods towards generating data on the effectiveness of the guidance program. However, discussions on such broad methodological approaches are not complete without in-depth engagement with specific techniques of data collection. The next section of this chapter tries to come up with a short discussion on techniques of evaluation. Evaluation techniques. The evaluation techniques employed in the guidance setting can be broadly classified into survey techniques and experimental techniques. Survey techniques are those techniques that are based on communication. For instance, the questionnaire, the interview, etc. belong to survey technique. These techniques are designed for the purpose of collecting information concerning knowledge of, attitudes and opinions about the nature and quality of the guidance function. It will include questions about pupils, teachers and administrators. It can be developed by the school itself or has been developed by a consulting organization appointed by the school management. The experimental method, unlike survey method, tries to make some interventions in the environment. The experimental method, unlike survey method, tries to make some interventions in the environment. The experimental method is designed to control the non-variables more closely. One of the most popular experimental designs is one that involves control group and experimental group. A particular variable is introduced among the experimental group members and a control group is kept away from it. This method can generate evidence that would help establish cause and effect relationship. Another example of experimental method is found in the presentation of diagnostic tests to a group of pupils before these pupils are provided with certain guidance practices. The tests are repeated after a given time period in order to determine the degree of improvement that can be expected as a result of these activities. Recent studies point out that despite the nature of techniques used to collect data, a good evaluation program should contain data regarding the following 5 components of guidance. This includes data regarding general nature and organization, guidance staff, guidance services, special features of the guidance program, general evaluation of the guidance service. It is a comprehensive list in which different aspects of guidance leadership, referral consultants, teacher participation are taken into account. The same is applicable to guidance services too, where individual inventory services, informal services, counseling services, placement services and follow-up services are evaluated. An ideal guidance evaluation program starts with the evaluation of administrative basis for guidance services. How well informed the administrative body is about guidance program is assessed there. It is assessed through the looking at the clarity of roles assigned to the team members and the records kept on each of the processes. Important observations regarding significant areas of guidance functioning such as in-service training, procurement and accessibility to materials are made during this step. The next step is the evaluation of individual inventory services. At this stage, the sources used to gather information on the individual student is understood and evaluated. These sources can vary from interviews, autobiographies, scatograms and test results to physical examination reports. How the guidance program engaged with these valuable data sources is taken note of. The next area is that of psychological testing. The evaluation program tries to find out whether the testing program is adequate, what is the time interval between 2 testing programs, and how the test results are used in the guidance program, etc. The next step tries to find out the adequacy of informational services. This includes the information available on vocational choices and career planning, etc. Another major area which demands careful scrutiny in the evaluation program is the counseling services. This evaluation includes all aspects of counseling such as the physical space available for the practice to the competence of the counselor and the time allotted for counseling services. The level of integration counseling services have with the total guidance program too is evaluated. Follow-up services, orientation and articulation between schools, influences of guidance services are the other major areas of evaluation. The concrete outcomes that show the effectiveness of a guidance program are decreased dropout figures or increased retention, better long-term planning for students, and decreasing percentage of scholastic failures. No checklist is complete when it comes to tapping the specific needs of the schools. They are bound to make omissions. But as the checklist becomes more inclusive and exhaustive, a checklist provides positive proof for the benefits of guidance and thus contributes to the rationale of the enlargement of the guidance program. The above mentioned techniques help to collect data on the crucial areas of guidance evaluation. Improving guidance. Improvement of guidance starts primarily through identifying the problems and gaps in the basic areas of functioning. The following questions try to reflect upon some of these problems. 1. What are the sources of a perceived problem or gap in the guidance program? 2. Are there adequate records on the program? 3. What is the nature of teacher-people and counselor-people relation? What is the level scholastic achievement of pupils? 5. What is the nature relationship between school and the community? 6. What is the student morale level? 7. Whether students are informed about vocational choices. 8. Do the different stakeholders of the program, such as teachers, counselors, administrators, and community agencies, work cooperatively together? 9. How successful is the program in generating and maintaining interest in guidance activities? 10. Does the program stimulate open thinking and participation? These questions suggest the presence of a host of areas that should be addressed to make a guidance program effective. An ideal guidance improvement program should intervene in all of these areas to improve the overall effectiveness of the program. But the most important of them is the management of human personnel involved in this process. Guidance basically is a personal service function, that is, a service that depends upon human personnel for the execution of it. So, the improvement of the program too starts with people who are providing the services. A guidance team usually consists of 3 types of people: administrative leaders, teachers, and people personnel workers. The success of a guidance program comes from the well coordinated efforts from all of the team members. If we take it to a broader framework, the success of guidance also depends upon the support provided by the community in general. But the actual service providers are the above mentioned 3 groups of people. So, the most important method to improve the quality of guidance service is to provide in-service and counselor training. It's usually conducted by the administrative leadership. The idea is that the administrative leadership will provide the 4 M's that are necessary for successful improvement of a program, namely money, materials, basic infrastructural and other facilities and equipment, men, that is guidance workers, and management, that's leadership. The administrative leadership functions as a bridge between the guidance team and the community, and thus connects the program to a larger social fabric. As mentioned earlier, the most important method to improve training is in-service training. It is different from pre-service training and is designed for those who are already in the job. In-service training tries to improve the competence and skills of the personnel who are involved in the guidance program. In the case of guidance, it has been found that many people personnel workers have had only introductory guidance courses or no formal training at all in guidance practices. Quite often, teachers have been assigned to counselor position without even providing the basic training. Among the more prominent in-service training programs are college courses of study, summer school courses, graduate courses, field trips and laboratory work, extensions and correspondence courses, class discussions, staff conferences, faculty meetings, etc. Since guidance is a dynamic process where the guidance worker is facing students at different developmental stages and different needs and requirements, the in-service training must be able to impart the flexible outlook and mature approach regarding guidance. In-service training cannot replace the basic preparation programs. Rather, it acts as a supplement to such programs. Forms and methods of in-service training should be varied and adapted to the specific need or what the situation demands. Let's summarize the major points we have discussed so far. Evaluation of the guidance program can be defined as the process of determining the value of the total guidance program, while measurement ascertains the quantity of a definable aspect of the program. Effectiveness of guidance programs depend upon evaluation or continuous and objective study of the quality of its procedures and goals. This evaluation is concerned with both the purpose and process of guidance and measurement with enumeration and analysis of quantifiable and qualitative data. Evaluation as an appraisal technique is concerned with change. It tries for an objective measurement of the changes that have taken place as a result of the implementation of a particular program. This measurement can be divided into 4 phases. 1. Determination of the changes which should take place. 2. Measurement of the changes that have taken place. 3. Assessment of the effectiveness or desirability of such changes. 4. Indication of new proposals for enhancement of the particular area evaluated. These 4 phases are applicable to the entire program as they are applicable to the parts of the program. There are many techniques used for evaluation. They broadly fall into survey method and experimental methods. In-service training is the most important method used for improvement of guidance program. Evaluation depends upon 4 M's, namely money, materials, men and management. Now, you can try to answer the questions given here. What is the role of measurement in evaluation? What is the importance of setting up objectives in evaluation process? What are the techniques used for evaluation? What are the general criteria that guide evaluation? Explain the role of administrative leadership. What are the questions that help to identify problems in the guidance programs? How to improve a guidance program effectively? Now, you can refer the books for further understanding. Guidance in Today's School by Mortensen, G. Donald and Schmuller, Allen M. 1962. Published by John Wiley & Sons, New York. Guidance in Classroom, written by Strang Ruth and Morris Glynn, 1964. Published by Collier and Macmillan Limited, London. Hope that this session was useful to you all. We can meet again with another topic. Till then, take care.